Square cut, finds point, no run. Three added in that over. India are 23 for none. Ferguson, the right armour, is coming into the attack from the north end. Brilliant diving stop. Head over the ball, great shot, that's racing away.
Well, that was a poor delivery. You can't bowl there, and it got what it deserved. Well, the delivery was poor. Put away though, and what a lovely shot to find the boundary.
That last ball isn't something you want to repeat of. You don't want to be giving away easy runs.
Still honing in on their lines. The batter happy to let it go through.
Enjoying themselves. Been a good day's cricket so far. New Zealand rampant at the start. Brilliant in their presence. The new fans are enjoying themselves. Down 30 for 3 days cricket so far. New Zealand rampant at the start. Brilliant in the field. Brilliant with the new ball. Having India down 30 for 3. The fight back that 50 overs cricket allows you. India 128 for 3. Can you double after resilience? The fight back that 50 overs cricket allows you. Maybe. Generally on India 128 for 3. Can you double after 30? This kind of surface, if you keep wickets, maybe. And generally on flatter surfaces, you can double after 32, 33 as well. Oh, top edge! Taken! Just briefly, must have thought it's going over him, but Williamson kept his cool, his eyes on the ball. It's a tricky catch that he's completed.
Just looking to put it down. Look at that. Not even a follow through of the bat. It's just looking to tap it, use the pace of the bowler. The bowler has been bowling at about 94 kilometers per hour. That's a tremendous catch. Keeping his eye on the ball, jumping at the right moment. Akshar Patel's fine innings of 42 has come to an end. India 128 for 4 in the 30th over.
हाय भाई, नया फोन?
बिल्कुल मेरे जैसा।
तेरा ही फोन है। टीम बस में भूल आया था तू। क्रिकेट के भागदौड़ में क्रिकेट के बाद का प्लान ऐसे मत भूल जाना भाई।
क्रिकेट के बाद का प्लान मतलब पाजी?
मतलब रिटायरमेंट का प्लान।
इस जनरेशन ने तो उस बारे में सोचा भी नहीं होगा।
पहले मैच से ही सोचा है, इसलिए तो वो कर रखा है।
वो मतलब क्या?
वही जो सब लोग सही है करते रहते हैं।
म्यूचुअल फंड्स में SIP।
म्यूचुअल फंड्स में SIP।
प्लान तो सही है।
सही है।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
Akshar Patel has done, and he's done his job. Coming in at that number, so he's up at 6. Still Jadeja, still Hardik Pandya to come. one set batter in. In someone who's got a very good batting average against New Zealand. And inside of 3,000 runs, overall 48. It's a very healthy average. If you've got someone averaging 48 coming in at number 6.
It's a good catch. Keep your eye top of the screen. It just took a half a step for Williamson to recognize it was going over him. And he went with one hand when he could easily have gone with two, to be quite honest. And I think he laughs at himself there maybe because of that. But he's completed the catch in the end and broken the partnership.
So Rachin Ravindra gets a wicket and gets a field at first slip because he's getting the ball to turn a fair bit. Plays as a part-timer, but you look at his action, you look at his release, he looks a spinner, proper bowler.
Bowling the right lines, bowling the right length as well. He's given away only 7 runs. He's in his 3rd over. That is a very good economy rate of just under 3.
Interestingly, only one higher 4th wicket partnership for India in the Champions Trophy, and for that you've got to go all the way back to 1998 when it was called the ICC Knockout, an initiative to take cricket to countries that didn't get a lot of cricket. So the first one in Bangladesh, the second one in Nairobi. That was Tendulkar and Ajay Jadeja against Australia in 1998, when it seemed all that Tendulkar had to do was contemplate batting and 100 followed. That was the kind of form he was in 98. 600s alone against Australia. I think that might have been one of those.
Did it for me. India, New Zealand in the final of that tournament.
Thank you for bringing it up, Bish. Chris Cairns got that 100. 130 for 4.
GOBP International Quality Fuels for everyone at no extra cost.
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ मिलें तो जी लग जाए। विमल, बोलो जुबां कैसी?
$130 for 4, and as Harsha Bhogle said, one of the beauties of 50 over cricket is you can get in a hole and get out of it. Now New Zealand will hope they can put India back in the hole. They've got the breakthrough of Axar Patel, new player on at the crease, and KL Rahul, fine player that he is, he has to get started. And for Mitchell Santner, he's getting some bonus overs out of Rachin Ravindra, successful bonuses overs as well, which means he can afford to be just a little bit more, I guess, inventive when it comes to the end of the innings. It's going to have bowlers up his sleeve. What a luxury to have a player like KL Rahul stride out at number 6. New Zealand inside the circle, making sure he stays on strike. Simon Dool, Ravi Shastri, Ravi, pensive, seen a lot of battles. This is a good one.
Good one, and a good partnership really has brought India back on track, but New Zealand pulling it back. You mentioned it's not easy for any player to start off on the surface. And this is where the role of Shreyas Iyer now becomes critical. Now that he's got 54 and a start, he's got to convert this into a bigger score. If it's a 3-figure score, then you're talking 250 plus. If he can get to 100 from here.
It's 3 in a row that they've managed to keep KL Rahul on strike, and that's the key. While he looks to get set, make sure he doesn't get set with singles, he gets set with dots.
As you mentioned, Rahul's experience and talent, but this is where it's important for him to rotate the strike. Because Shreyas Iyer is hot. You keep the strike away from him for a little while longer, then he might want to play that big shot and cause a mistake.
Just the one run from the over, a beauty from Bracewell. It's 131 for 4.
Wow, my life football once. Come on, that was not a penalty.
Semi-final here and possibly a final as well. On 31 for 4. Ravindra will continue into his 4th.
Really good. The one thing that Rachin Ravindra does well is he attempts to turn the ball. I think he's going to be considered a part-timer. I think he's better than that. He's just got to try and turn the ball.
Reverse sweep. It's a good one, but just for one. New Zealand are trying the squeeze here. They're trying to say to Shreyas Iyer, you can't get strike, as KL Rahul can't get it to you. You can have one. What will that make him think?
Yeah, what they want is for him to look for the big shot at this stage. It's worth the gamble. It's a good field here. Slip in place as well. As many as 6 in the ring now. That's not giving the easy single away.
Brilliant from the big man. It's exactly what is required. And you can see that New Zealand, you can see in their faces what they're trying to do here, and everyone's trying to play a little part in it.
This is where they're good. They're not allowing the game to drift by just having the normal field of 4 in the circle. They want to put the squeeze on. They want to put the pressure on the new bat.
Causes a little bit of risk, but it's one that's well taken from Rahul. Great use of the feet.
Very good shot this. You mentioned element of risk had to be taken. The quicker the better, because that'll take a lot of pressure off Rahul as well, this shot. I think New Zealand will still keep that man up. In fact, just pulling him up, just saying, try it once again, and then maybe we'll push a man at long on.
I like that better. The slips come out now, Ravi, but go again, because he didn't time it at all. He's prepared to take the risk. That's okay. Once we'll accept, twice we might put the man back.
Good over for India, 7 from it, and it's 138 for 4.
चले सर। हाँ बट बस किधर है? यही है, मैंने ही लिखवाया सर। चैंपियन टीम दी गड्डी। कौन चैंपियन? अभी तो वर्ल्ड कप जीता।
Noses in front, but India, as they have often done in the past, will try and wrest that back, that initiative. Been a good 50, a really good 50, Simon.
Oh, he's a class player, coming off a 50 in the previous innings as well. Just about 6 days ago. Worked hard on his game, worked hard on his pull shot, particularly against the quicker bowlers. Always been a high quality player of spin.
It's good to see the hunger back. He's not wasting good form. He's in good nick. He wants to make it count innings after innings. Really has cemented his place at this number 4.
And of course, now that he's been out there as long as he has, Shreyas Iyer is the best place to try and work out what a good score is. He's batting on the surface. He's trying to get a gauge on how it's wearing, how much it's spinning. And it's up to him now to set the benchmark. Nicely bowled, nicely played actually, because he got himself into a bit of a hole there, Shreyas Iyer, in terms of getting to the pitch of the ball.
It'll be interesting to think what he's thinking. It's 250, good enough. 260. The problem is, go too early, aim too big. Suddenly lose a couple of wickets and he could be in trouble.
Nice and fine. Couple here for KL Rahul.
Good thing is Rahul's got off to a decent start here. Because he can turn it on in the final overs. He can play the big shots as well.
Just the single out to Nathan Smith at deep mid wickets. 144 for 4.
जब हिंदुस्तान मिले
Going to be 6. He's going way back into the crowd there.
Hit that so hard. Pressed forward, got the body shape right and launched it. One for the textbook.
Getting nicely settled at the crease now. Would have to be very happy with that last shot. Collects that one, simple as you like inside the ring.
Pandya to come, and that 270 plus is possible. 280, perfect. The reason I say 280 is because of the surface. India has 4 spinners, 4 special spinners today. And if the ball is gripping and turning, this man will definitely come into play.
Brilliant shot, it really was. The key was the footwork. Rachin Ravindra would have seen him give himself room so early. He telegraphed it, and because he telegraphs it so early and says to Rachin, "They're the stumps, they're yours if you want them," he just dropped it short. And for bowlers that don't get a lot at the bowling crease, they can get foxed easily. He got foxed.
What he's done well as the 150 comes up in this innings. Shreyas Iyer, every loose ball he's put it away to the fence. Fractionally short and then just climbed into it. And between that he takes the single. So he's a very busy player. Not someone you can be quiet for too long.
Well, that was the batting side of it, Simon. You worked out, but how's Mitchell Santner going to manage this in terms of the bowling?
He's got his 10 required plus out of Bracewell, Ravindra. It's the back end bowling, I think that's the key for New Zealand. What do they do about their death bowl? If there was one area of concern, I think that would be the area. Decent without being outstanding, I think, at the back end when you talked about Jameson, Henry, O'Rourke.
Well, I think if they don't get Shreyas Iyer 280s on, I really do. 154 for 4.
MRF Zapper C1, now for motorcycles.
You would imagine that Hardik Pandya, Mohammad Shami will be quite interested in how much it swung for Kyle Jamieson in particular. India only having the 2 seam bowling options. Both can swing the ball, and Hardik Pandya quite appreciably at times. So O'Rourke back, just 4 for him so far. He needs another probably 3 at this stage.
I think that's where he's so good. He can play with soft hands. He's got that deft touch. He's got the power as well to clear the ground. That's what makes him, even on slow tracks, a very good player. Shreyas Iyer. Very experienced umpires today. Richard Illingworth, 97th game.
New Zealand have to hold here for a mistake, for an error. Make sure if they're going to up the run rate, India, then they have to do it with risk. Not with ease, with risk. So that means not giving them 6 singles and over. It means making sure they can't get a boundary early in the over. Get the big ones. Don't have to worry about time, Mitch Santner. Just has to worry about combinations and the ebb and flow of the remainder of this innings. Yes, that kind of mistake, a bit of mistiming.
Well, he's setting himself up, Shreyas Iyer, because he is so good when the ball is full. He's sort of setting himself up for that short ball. He knows he's going to get some. He waves that bat around just outside off stump. The feet stay deep in the crease. He's not worried about a full ball, because he knows if he just waits on it, he can get through it. He feels that O'Rourke is going to bang the ball in, so he's looking at that mid-wicket area.
Well, he might be in business if it carries. If it carries, no, it doesn't. My goodness me, it's a game of very little margins at time.
Yeah, he would have had his heart in his mouth there, Shreyas Iyer. Second time he's played a false shot. Ride your luck, young man, and make the most of it.
You can see the setup. You can see what he's looking for. KL Rahul much more accomplished, I think, on the short ball, pulling and hooking. Might just see O'Rourke continue to just keep going short at Shreyas Iyer. If he gets 1 or 2, so be it. Needs a new bat. It's a decent sized boundary.
Especially square of the wicket, and as a result you'll see a lot of change of pace, the slower bounces. At the back end of the innings, they'll want the players to hit square, go over the fence, take that chance.
That's a good shot. A genuine half volley gets the treatment, and that was made to look so easy. A big over for India. They could have lost a wicket, they didn't. Maybe it's turned for them. 164 for 4.
कि ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ को लें तो जी लग जाए। विमल, बोलो जुबां केसरी।
That was a free hit for Shreyas Iyer. He's so good down the ground. And he's hit it a long, long way.
This game, for me, is right in the balance at this point. 15 overs to go. 164 for 4. Still a little bit of batting to come. Partnership now, which is set. 36 from 34. Who's going to hold the nerve for the longest period of time here? Will there be a mistake?
I just think courtesy of this particular shot, maybe the ball not carrying to deep square leg as well, Mitchell Santner's just trying to sneak another couple here. He wants a little bit more insurance for the back end. Santner himself was warming up as if he was going to come on and bowl in place of Rachin Ravindra, but then the 6 down the ground late in the over might have just prompted, he might just need another over or 2 of insurance. Can Rachin get through one more for me?
Lovely drive. Both looking set, both looking good. Danger times for New Zealand.
And a good partnership, 39 of 37. So scoring at a runner ball, it's 2 solid players. Rahul once in will play spin well too. Top innings this from Shreyas Iyer. Just adapted to the conditions. Game awareness, total awareness. His thinking has been very clear.
Gifted player, because they are the ones that come in when you're in trouble and deliver. What we've seen here is a procession of the boundaries. We will show the big shots in the highlights package, but it was the way that he accumulated to begin with, actually, and took ones just to make sure that India weren't standing still while they were recovering. Heady innings so far, not done with by a long stretch. "36 overs gone, 170 for 4. A chance for both sides to regroup here as we take a drink in Dubai.
Young captain in Gujarat Titans Shubman Gill, Hardik Pandya captain of the Mumbai Indians, Rajasthan Royal captain Sanju Samson.
Jen Bold, ready to take over.
This broadcast is co-presented by Dream 11, co-powered by Campa in association with Asian Paints. Mutual funds sahi hai. Sprite Gatak, Thand Rakh and Zoopy Ludo.
The Lionesses are roaring in the Tata WPL. Start watching their every action for free only on Jio Hotstar, 14th February to 15th March.
Such a great player, Virat Kohli. Hitman Rohit Sharma. Dhoni, the legend grows.
Gen Gold Heroics, only here.
क्रिकेट स्क्रीनिंग का प्लान बनना फास्ट, सेम प्लान कैंसिल होना उससे भी फास्ट। उसी क्रिकेट मैच के स्कोर अपडेट्स ESPN क्रिक इन्फो पे मिलना सुपर फास्ट स्कोर के साथ और भी बहुत कुछ मिलेगा।
ESPNcricinfo.com पर जाएं।
Dubai International Stadium hosting New Zealand against India today. And New Zealand striking early, getting the key wickets of Virat, Gill and Kohli. You think you're in your business there, and then comes Shreyas Iyer, Axar Patel and now KL Rahul to restore the balance. 170 for 4. Still plenty of options from which to pick for Mitchell Santner, which way he's going to go. He's working it out now during the drinks break. What we will never forget, though, is a moment we saw earlier today from this fellow, Glenn Phillips.
Absolutely brilliant. I mean, he's made that position his own. You expected every game New Zealand play for him to pull off a catch like that in that position. It's a specialist position. It's not easy. You need quick reflexes. He's got all of that, apart from being extremely quick across the outfield. Easily one of the best fielders in the business. Now projected through 82 looks good from India's point of view. If this partnership can carry on till the 40th over, and they'll entertain thoughts of even more than 282.
Well, sometimes the break can cause a wicket. Maybe. New Zealand are hoping, one on this occasion, not perfectly timed, but into a gap for a couple.
I just wonder whether it's worth a change. If O'Rourke's going to consistently look for this, Shreyas Iyer wants to do something different, that's fine, but maybe bring point up inside the circle, have a deep mid-wicket and a deep backward square, and encourage Shreyas Iyer to maybe back away, look to go over the offside. Right, bring your deep third into play with a catching option as well.
What he doesn't want to do is attempt a slower delivery or pitch it up with mid-on and mid-off up, because that's a spot he's eyeing down the ground as well.
Maybe this time he should be gone. Should be gone. The theory, yes, it pays off in the end. Young juggles, but what a moment. And yes, the break brings a wicket. How often do you see it?
And sticking to his plan of hitting the deck. Not pitching it up. This time the bounce a little higher. Extra effort from the bowler. And he gets his reward. You can see the tall man bangs it in. It's a little awkward for Shreyas Iyer. The line is good. The height is good. He took his chances, but a little juggle. But Young making no mistake in the end. There you go, Smithy. The break and a wicket. Much needed this for New Zealand. A brilliant innings from Shreyas Iyer comes to an end. 79 from 98. It's 172 for 5.
Hi Mom, फिर से शॉपिंग? बाबूजी, आपने इसे बिगाड़ के रखा।
लिमिट में करो तो कुछ बुरा नहीं होता है।
बिना लिमिट शॉपिंग करेगी आपके कार्ड पे। ऐड ऑन जो है।
मैंने तो कार्ड पे लिमिट सेट कर दिया। अच्छा, इसके फायदे ये हैं कि रिस्क कम हो जाता है, और अगर फ्रॉड भी हुआ तो तुरंत बैंक को बोल दीजिए, नुकसान कम।
दादू।
नेक्स्ट टाइम ये पिंक ड्रेस।
You're the limit.
लिमिट तो सेट है। RBI कहता है, जानकार बनिए, सतर्क रहिए।
They have riches to burn. India, Hardik Pandya comes to the crease at number 7. They've still got Jadeja up their sleeve as well. But also, they've lost a key man now at a very, very key time. Talk about the ebbs and flows. It's gone back towards New Zealand. And 280 looks a little bit further off now.
Yes, and how often we've seen one could lead to two, and that's how New Zealand will be thinking at this stage.
Well, he weathered the storm. He played terrifically well for the most part, Shreyas Iyer. This is not smart cricket at all from my point of view. He's fighting fire with fire. He's been worried. He's had trouble with the short ball for a long, long period of time. So now he's saying, I'm just going to try and hit every short ball. We've seen him get maybe 2 or 3 right and 4 or 5 completely wrong. There are times where you just have to be a little smarter. You know what the bowler's going to do. It's not easy. It was his quickest ball, 143, so really did, as you said, Ravi, it was an effort ball. It was cross seam. From Shreyas Iyer's point of view, he had to have figured out what was trying to be done to him. Does he have the wherewithal to ride one or two, to just let a couple go. It didn't look like it to me.
It's a case of not all boundaries or sixes. Look for the single as well. Just tap it down, even if it is to the fielder.
If I'm Mitch Santner, I'm thinking me right now. You bring back your best spinner now because you can afford to look for wickets again instead of just restricting and hoping you get one, which has been the result of that poor shot from Shreyas Iyer. You now can start thinking about, well, they might have been thinking 280. We can think maybe 230, 240 and bowl these guys out. So we look to strike again. With a new player at the crease, you bring back your best spinner. 2 right-handers, that's Santner for me. Nice bouncer, gets away from Tom Latham though. Just the single. A bye. 173 for 5.
We move cricket so that cricket moves you. DP World, global logistics partner of the ICC. Smart logistics beyond boundaries.
It's been a fascinating game. This every time you think it's going one way, you see something else. Now Smithy called it. Santner in. Suddenly New Zealand will say, right, we probably slip in 3 or 4 good overs. They want a wicket too, but they can slip in 3 or 4 overs now because India can't afford to lose one. They were talking 280. My mind was more on 265, 270. It's still possible, but India can't lose too many wickets. Got away with just a single. Dinesh Karthik alongside me. Katie Martin's here too. 174 for 5. What do you make of it?
Been good couple of partnerships for India post the first 3 wickets that fell, but again New Zealand, as expected, have come back. A couple of wickets here will definitely slow down the scoring rate, and the fact that India could get to what people think is a pass score. 240 is slightly lesser than what India would want.
Look at the pitch report, Diggy. What did you make of the pitch at that time? If you had to go in and start an innings, what would you have been happy with?
I think India can get to 270. That's a really good total. We've seen even in the evening, under light, the ball tends to swing a bit, stops on you a little bit, gets slightly better to bat on than now. But still not the easiest pitch to start on. And India will look to use that to their advantage.
Full spinners. How much turns Chakravarti going to get on this wicket as well? I think a 250, even with those spinners, might be a decent score for India from this position.
And the points highlighted, Digga, the point you're making. Hardik's come in is 2 of 7. Here Rahul just knocking the singles round is 18 of 23. Get the impression anything above 250 is competitive. It may not be good enough to win, but very competitive. 177 for 5 with 12 left.
Thank you.
क्या करेंगे अब इस धनराशि का?
ग्रो करूंगा।
सही जवाब। SIP हो या स्टॉक्स, इन्वेस्ट करना हो तो ग्रो करो। डाउनलोड ग्रो।
Investment in securities market are subject to market risks. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
It's been a decent burst this by O'Rourke. 6 overs, 1 for 31. Just putting a little bit of extra pace. You saw the ball that got Shreyas Iyer just got a little bigger. Hurried him into the pull shot. Back for 2, it's good running.
Oh, it didn't take us long to bring any wicket keeping in, DK, I can tell you that with me and you. Something that's quite interesting is the way the Indian keepers keep compared to New Zealand's. KL Rahul very much his weight goes towards the leg side to try and bring the ball closer back to the stumps. Latham for New Zealand just holds, and he typically likes to open up and catch it on the outside of his body. Now I think Indian wicketkeepers, and I think MS Dhoni, very much to try and get the ball back as close to the stumps as he can. And on Indian wickets it's a little bit lower, whereas for New Zealand and Australian wickets a little extra bounce, so you're bored up of trying to open up that back hip, that outside hip to create that extra bounce. But watch the weight transfer of Rahul. He is going, can I get the ball back to the stumps, even though it's exactly the same line. Move that foot on the inside, make my weight come inside, and then I can lack a give and take it back onto the stumps. New Zealand keepers, Australian the same, try and look to catch on the outside of the hip and use the drive from the hip to get it back to the stumps. For me, I look at that and I go, you want to train, you want to be like your absolute hero in MS Dhoni. It's quite interesting, the different styles.
Again, the bounce, just creating trouble for the batter. Till you put 2 wicket keepers together, the third guy can go for a walk. See you, and we'll see you in 5 minutes.
This one bouncing steep on Hardik Pandya, who thought it will be a slightly fuller one where he could get under it. Willow Root had other ideas. It's a great spot, that really. Purely because in India, a lot of keepers tend to do this, mainly because it spins a lot more and bounces a lot more in third and fourth day. So when you play domestic cricket, you get into that habit of what you saw KL Rahul doing there. Whereas I'm assuming in New Zealand, the turn is a lot lesser. So you can almost go with your head in line with the line of the ball. In India, you want to give yourself, as they call it, that give, so that you can move your right hip along with the bounce. It's just a technical thing, but a lot of Indian keepers tend to do that.
Did you train your style on any particular wicketkeeper? Apart from the weird helmets you used to wear, that was a bit different, but...
Well, I must say that helmet is from New Zealand.
So I said it was weird.
I don't remember being inspired to change anything about my keeping, but initially, very early on in my career, I had a camp with Kiran More, and that's where I learned a lot of my keeping. He was the one early on, and then towards the back end of my career, I did a lot of work with Samir Dighe as well, and he was someone who also focused a lot more on legs more than the hands. Kiran More, whereas he was more head and legs. So different keepers, different ideologies, but that's something that I did work on. Trying to give, as they say, as the ball keeps going away from you.
Just 5 of that over, 182 for 5.
I sort of think about
You can start say, you can start say, with the hardest, regardless, with the hardest, hardest.
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ खुलें तो जी लग जाए। विमल, बोलो जुबां कैसे?
That's the batting coach, also was wicket keeper. First at WA, Western Australia, they moved across to New Zealand, like a lot of clever people do for their careers. Devon Conway, the most recent. Rachin Ravindra, of course, was born there. Glenn Phillips went there when he was just 5 years old. Right, 11 overs to go. You make 17, 11 overs. Just over 6 and over, you're talking 252, 255, thereabouts. Santner with his 8th. Oh, well bowled, well bowled. Santner is always there. He picks up the wicket. The 2 wicket keepers in the commentary box exchanging high fives, but India lose a wicket.
Oh, there to say thank you. It's nothing worse than getting stumped by a wicketkeeper, and second worst, getting caught behind from one. Just that one that skids on a little bit more, a little bit of grip. He's probably lucky he got a nick on that, otherwise it might have hit the stumps. That is a big deviation. Great catch, nice soft hands from Tom Latham. New Zealand just eking out wickets here from India, unable to get anything going. KL Rahul, he's out for 23, 182 for 6.
Attention everyone, beware of fraudsters.
Meera ji, allow me. Attention please. Safety from frauds. Bank cards, safe.
Or just open ICICI bank account. Simple.
Huh?
Allow me. iMobile has Smart Lock. With it, your cards, internet banking, UPI, all digital banking transactions with just a click can be locked and unlocked. Use Smart Locks, stay safe from fraudsters.
Wow, Meera ji. You just put the fraudsters out of business.
iMobile on.
Banking full on.
But Jadeja's come in on the back of a very, very good catch by Tom Latham, which gives Santner the wicket, gets rid of KL Rahul. You see it just keep chipping away. 182. The moment you think 270, there's a wicket. 250, and they'll be very happy to get there. It's looking distant at the moment.
They were bowling this. Platter, Fuller, KL Rahul standing deep in his crease, but the most important part of that dismissal was Tom Latham's hands and how supple it was. I love the ball to come nicely. A really good catch. We'll try and get you a replay of how much the deviation was, and hence the catch becomes so much more special. So when somebody bowls Platter and Fuller, you tend to follow the line, but for Latham to just stand outside off stump, even though it was Platter and Fuller, gives you a good idea as how well he was positioned to take that catch. That makes it really special.
I thought of the point in an earlier stint about why I think Mitch Santner, for all his long career, is probably bowling the best across formats that he has. He's a master of change of pace, of course. The ball that you said pushed through was 91 kilometers, and our next ball 76. We've talked about it quite often, but his control over length at different paces is phenomenal. But genuinely think this is the best he's bowled in his career. Beautiful, look at that. Even slower through the air.
You just see the seam is a little bit more upright. That's why he's got the grip. Whereas the wicket, the seam was sort of pointing cover to mid-wicket. So that meant the ball skid on. You go, is it going away from me or is it angling back in? What interesting, Hush. He's actually spun. I think he's got most spin out of any spinners in this tournament so far. And you think all the spinners that there are, Mitch Santner isn't someone that has so much. Look at this deviation, DK.
Have a look at how much it goes off the bat, the edge. Lovely hand position there for Tom Latham. Just staying outside off stump, not getting drifted into the line. And this one, the one soon after, much slower. You expect it to turn, but the seam position enabled it to turn a lot more than it normally would.
So just 3 of the over and a wicket. 10 left, 185 for 6 India.
It's amazing, isn't it, as a wicketkeeper, quite often it's get your head behind the ball, but sometimes as long as your head is over the ball, it doesn't have to be perfectly behind it. And that's what he'd done beautifully in that position. You summed it up perfectly. Just held long enough with the hands, his head was still over top of the ball. There's some real, just irrespective of technique, isn't it? The same simple things, head over the ball, nice and forward in your position. However you get there, it doesn't matter, as long as you're there.
New Zealand throwing some punches back. India coming back with a couple of nice partnerships, one for 98, another one for 44. But soon after, New Zealand pick up 3 wickets and put the brakes on India. And from looking at 270, India would be now happy to get to 250.
Goes back to spin, and he's bowling round the wicket. There's nobody there. One bounce into the boundary for 4. Starts off a new spell with a ball that was much shorter.
He's been off the attack for a bit now, and he comes back, and arguably his worst ball of the spell so far, of his day so far rather. Jadeja lashes out to that quickly.
Interestingly, he can have an extra fielder outside. He just started the 41st over. He's only got 4 outside.
And this is what I've been very impressed with Mitchell Santner's captaincy. Even after the power play, he held on to 6 fielders in the circle. He kept the pressure on India when Akshar and Shreyas was trying to build a partnership. Even now he has 5 fielders for Jadeja, whereas for Hardik, he has only the 4. 2 on the off, 2 on the leg. He builds pressure by bowling dot balls, or rather by wanting his bowlers to bowl dot balls.
Long on, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square, deep point and a long off. 2 at 45, third and on the onside. It's rare that you say about Hardik Pandya that there's a hike. Genuinely, normally plays good-looking shots.
But in all fairness, that shot was on Harsha. He was looking to go over long on, flat batted. Slightly fuller, but he missed out on that. The slowness of the pitch.
There's a big space between long on and deep mid-wicket. But he's 4 of 14 now.
You need that one boundary in these kind of situations. Where are you going to get that boundary from? Are you going to manufacture one, or are you going to wait for the bowler to give you one?
Right in the air. The fielder will watch it sail over. That's the shot we were referring to earlier. This time he got the length. He's able to come underneath.
Have a look at his left foot. Didn't get too in line with the ball. Just gave himself enough room. Because all he wanted to do was clear long on or deep mid-wicket. Luckily for him, it went over deep mid-wicket and quite far as well. And remember, that's the longest side of the ground. And that's a massive hit.
I love the fielder at mid-wicket. Looking to try and see, can I? No. 196 for 6, 41 gone.
Wow! GeoBP International Quality Petrol for everyone at no extra cost. Yo!
It's keeping spin going into the death overs, slowly eating into the overs from Henry, from Jameson, but spin's working.
It'll be interesting to see who's next for India, Harsha. Is it going to be Kuldeep or Shami? Shami can wield the long handle, whereas Kuldeep is the more patient one. Looking at these pictures, you can't figure out much.
Well, I'll tell you, there's a lot of cricket bats there. Well bowled again, pushed through.
How many bats did you have in your bag? Did you take 3 cricket bags to the game every day?
I wasn't that good enough a batsman, I can tell you. I had 3 or 4 at best in terms of bats, not bags.
And Katie, there's a reason he makes the subtle difference between bats and bags. Because post-retirement, he's actually traveling with more luggage than... Well, he's not strictly retired. Just come back from playing in South Africa. But, yeah, he travels with a few bags. He'll get the single.
She has the most passive-aggressive sledger that I've ever seen.
Been sitting here thinking, would he actually be able to join the keepers club? He'd be one of the most annoying ones behind the stumps, I reckon. The stump microphone would be turned down by the director.
That's one of his biggest strengths, isn't it? He knows his way with words.
Could never keep wickets. Couldn't stand still that long.
One thing we've seen in this wicket is that even though there's been quite a bit of spin, it's been quite slow. So a lot of the scoring options for the players have been in front of the wicket. We don't see many reverses, and if we have, it's been pretty much square. You talked about the angles of the field. One of the New Zealand batters was starting to be taken into account that where is the scoring areas here. Bigger grounds like this, I think, brings the spinner in a little bit more. It gives him more space and more options to flight the ball up. Then they can bowl flat like that, defensive in their last couple of balls to try and get out the over. 199 for 6.
Baby, I'm tired of waiting. I need your arms around me. I need to feel your touch, and I really wanna talk.
Young captain in Gujarat Titans Shubman Gill, Hardik Pandya, captain of the Mumbai Indians, Rajasthan Royal captain Sanju Samson.
Jen Bold, ready to take over.
Pretty decent turnout now here in Dubai. When we first came to the ground a couple of hours before play, I just wondered, oops, there doesn't seem a lot of interest, but it's really picked up as the game's gone along. Sunday now, of course, a holiday here in the United Arab Emirates. Right, round the wicket is giving Will O'Rourke another one. 7 overs, 1 for 36.
Just a solitary over to Bracewell, realizing that Hardik Pandya was trying to target him. He's gone to the fast bowler, the safer option at this point of time. He's gone for runs, Will O'Rourke, but he's persisted with the short ball before he got Shreyas Iyer out. What do you think will be going on in Kane Williamson's mind? He's got to come out to bat, gotten out a couple of times, nicking off, which is very rare, I feel.
Very, very rare that he goes through 2 or 3 innings with single-digit scores. 240, 250 is a perfect target for a player like Williamson. If India do get there, this man will have had a big part to play. Mighty impressed with his temperament today. Especially when it came to the spinners, coming down the wicket, staying back, moving sideways in his crease.
Is Kane a worrier, someone who thinks a lot if he gets out, or is more a chilled out type, take one day at a time?
I wouldn't say he's a warrior, but I would say that he's probably hit more balls in training, which is kind of unique because he does bat for about 2 hours in every training session. He's quite unique in the way that he just loves having underarm deliveries and very much a feel player, but similar to Steve Smith. Guarantee you're going to see some slight little tweak in his batting stance. But no, look, his role for New Zealand, especially in a chase, is so if he's not out at the end, he's able to accelerate, and others that bat around him, he can just bat and bat and bat all day. He'll be probably more frustrated he hasn't spent the time out there because he loves batting so much.
Katie, New Zealanders still practice batting against underarm bowling after all these years?
200 comes up. Well, you know, New Zealanders are quite simple, so, you know, why overdo it, Harsha? Why do anything different than you need to? He's very simple. At one point in time, he used to do table tennis by himself, so he used to have the table tennis caught up and then hitting into the back. He did that a lot to work on his wrist position, so he's different in terms of the way he trains in other people. But he hits a lot of cricket balls.
Probably wouldn't have been born when the underarm ball was bowled. 200 comes up at some cost, a little longer time than they would have liked.
This is a tactic New Zealand has done quite a lot at the death. I think they bowl something like 66% of their deliveries in that short pitch, that 8-metre length. So they've stuck with this plan, whether it's full on-pace delivery or if it's slower deliveries as well. Look at that, 39% short. We've got some wickets, some boundaries off that, but not the extent that they would have thought. So very much New Zealand's tactic. Pace bowlers bowl that short length and say, can they get caught square of the wicket, or can they restrict the boundary square of the wicket?
There's a fielder there. This takes you back to that very interesting stat I saw earlier on. 2-metre plus bowlers averaging 18 per wicket. Under 2 meters averaging 45 a wicket. Hello. The whole family up there waving away to the camera. I hope you're enjoying yourself.
Hardik and Jadeja will try and stay in as long as possible, ideally at least until the 45th over before they can tee off. They'll try and play as many instinctive shots. They'll try and be there. It's important. They realize that if they want to get anywhere close to 250, these two need to play a big role.
So they take only 3 of that over. 202 for 6 with 7 left. जब हिंदुस्तान मिले हिंदुस्तान से
Visit your nearest JK Tyre Steel Wheel store today.
It's not something you see very often at this stage of an innings. 10 minutes ahead. I know they've bowled a lot of overs with spin. They've just gone through their business. They're like a well-oiled unit. They don't waste time here and there. 10 minutes ahead. Santner with his last.
A lot of teams that have lost wickets through the middle phases have meant that their death had to be pushed out. 253 plus, I think. Maybe 270 if they can eke a few more out, but it's 10 runs and over from this point of view. You've done this so often, DK. You've batted with the lower order. You're sort of looking to try and take as much strike, but India have such a strong batting order, a long batting order as well.
Call for two straight away. These are two quick runners between the wickets.
And it's in the same Champions Trophy that they had that famous run out.
No, DK, no. That was a moment of such heartbreak. I don't know what it is with people with me. Someone refers to the 2000 ICC Champions Trophy. Now one of our own refers to that other Champions Trophy final.
But in all fairness, this partnership is very important. And as you pointed out, Katie, knowing that this is the last recognized pair, you want to be able to take it as deep as you can, but also realize that in between all of that, you have to play shots, you have to hit boundaries. So picking which bowler you want to target becomes very important. Mohammad Shami just peeping out. I'm assuming with the pads on, he'll be ready to have a hit. He gets the opportunity, that is.
One thing you can do as well, because the pockets are so deep, if you can get just left or right of that fielder at cover, you've got an opportunity for two, and so you can get 12 runs and over by not even necessarily having to take high risk options. Satner's last over, so he'll be bowled out. Likely then to be pace at the other end. Bracewell's got one over to go as well. No doubt he'll bowl that. So they'll have a few overs of pace, knowing it's a short pitch plan, so they can already set up and know that.
Considered two, but it took a little bit of time of the previous ball to decide whether or not two, because the fielding inside the circle is so good.
Pretty sure Hardik will know that the last ball of the spell would to take a single at best and then wait for the faster bowlers.
6 came of that over. 44 gone. 208 for 6.
Just close the doors, and you're in a world of your own. Travel is not just about the destination, it's also about how you get there. Fly Emirates, fly.
Every ball, in fact. It's just that it's not there, then you know how to get out of it.
Right, two of you, how do you think they're going to go about these last 6 overs?
Well, Henry's bowled a lot in the back end, so I think they might say, okay, they want to see how O'Rourke goes. He's been New Zealand's most expensive bowler in the death. He's got 2 more overs to go. No doubt we'll see Matt Henry. He's very much that short pitch, roll the fingers over top of the ball. Probably one from Bracewell as well.
The one thing that's for sure, Harsha, is there won't be too many full balls. They'd rather go slower balls into the pitch because the side boundaries are much bigger. They'll want you to go over those fielders than over long on or long off.
I don't know, my gut feel is I think we've seen the last over spin. If for that to happen, you need one more over from Kyle Jamieson somewhere, because O'Rourke's got 2. much timing.
You can see what Jadeja was trying. Mid-off was up. He was looking to go over mid-off, which is a good option. Not too often that you get below rook bowling slightly on the fuller side.
Listening to DK there, Harsh, you can see how much stuff goes through a wicketkeeper's mind and a finisher's mind as well. There's a lot to think about. But it's interesting you talk about premeditation or prediction, but you get all that information by understanding what the field is. So when you look at the field, you've got deep square, you've got deep mid-wicket, long on as well, and you say, okay, it's likely to be shorter pitch deliveries because of the wicket. So you can set yourself up.
Now they've taken the first run quickly. Jadeja's darting to the danger end. In any case, the fielder overran, so 2.
It could be a bit of an ego clash as well, isn't it? Jadeja is running. On the other hand, Glenn Phillips is coming at the ball. Both quick fielders, but in this case, Jadeja has won the race. We'll wait and see how it rolls. But you can almost see how Hardik Pandya is setting himself up. He is looking for the pull over deep mid-wicket. As simple as that. And as it comes closer to his body, he'll go squarer. But he wants to target deep mid-wicket. And there's a big gap there, but he's looking to go over the fielder for sure.
And there's no one deep on the offside, so the length's not going to be drivable at all. He'll play the pull shot, and he'll find the gap. He's played it fine enough. It's a fine shot, this. Because the man on the boundary was square, had to beat the 45 inside the circle, which he did.
Looking for the short ball here, slow one into the pitch. Hardik Pandya got into a great position. The one thing Mitchell Santner can think of is pulling third man up and keeping fine leg back as well. That way you're giving your bowler more room to work with on the leg side.
Took a good 16-17 Ks off that ball. This is the over with a tee off. 7 now from it from the first 3. Oh, brilliant! That's Kane Williamson. And I dare say that ball was travelling so fast, might even have beaten the fielder on the boundary. Gee, this is a great stop.
The Glenn Phillips magic is working. I don't know if it's the fielder or the fact that he's standing at point. It's exactly where Virat Kohli's catch was taken as well. Kane Williamson getting that energy, standing in that place, I guess.
Just looking at the 2 boundary fielders, I wouldn't have been surprised if that had gone for 4. Oh dear. That stung. That stung.
It was amazing. There was a great shot where he was just standing there and had a smile on his face. Well, I tell you what, that's gone very, very quickly. Who said fielding at point was easy? Glenn Phillips. Oh. I've seen that more on the line dance out in a cricket field. But yeah, Glenn Phillips is cracking up at mid-wicket.
And he's not normally as expressive as that, Kane. He just gets on with it. He's finished the over well, though. Last 3 balls, just the one. 2 on 6 for 6-5 left.
The tyres we race are the tyres you buy. MRF.
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ गुले तो जी ललचाए विमल बोलो सुबह केसरी
So the final 5 overs of the innings. Nice little partnership, this 34. India need a big over from here. Get some momentum going to push towards that 270 if they can. Matt Henry being brought back into the attack. 2 for 26 for him. And his first spell of 5 overs. You got 2 dangerous players here, Hardik in particular. What do you reckon, Dooley? From here, New Zealand will be happy chasing.
I think if they could keep it under 270, Ravi, it'd be pretty good effort. 265, 270. It's probably the area of concern. We talked about it a little earlier as well in commentary, that the one area of concern that I think one or two people, myself included, had about this New Zealand side was the absolute quality of the death bowling. The last 4 or 5 overs, Yorker bowlers pace off. Henry's got slower balls. They've all got the ability. It's just how well they can execute at the back end of the innings. There's no issue about the new ball and the spinners through the middle, and I think we've seen evidence of that today. This was the one area of small concern.
Has to hurry. They're quick, both these batters out there. Now, Hardik Pandya, will he target Matt Henry? This India needs some big hits.
Yes, Henry's been scoring, giving runs at about 5.25. Jadeja very quick between the wickets. Both these batters can run quickly. Importantly, they will try and make sure there are no dot balls in the remaining overs now, remaining deliveries that they've got to face.
That's a terrific shot. He's flat batted it down the ground for 4. He has the ability to strike it clean, strike it hard.
He was waiting for it. It looked as if he was waiting for it. He knew the fielder was in the 30-meter circle. It's more like a tennis shot. There's some tennis going on in Dubai as well at the moment. And he's played another tennis shot.
It was a nice forehand pass from Tsitsipas, who won it yesterday. Now, ideally, from Henry's point of view, he'll want him to hit towards the longer parts of the ground. He's got deep mid-wicket, deep square leg for Hardik. Now the field will change for the left-hander, but similar tactics, I guess. Hit square, hit long, if you want to get the big shot. Both these players like to hit it down the ground. If there's anything pitched up, they won't be afraid to go downtown and go for the big one. Clear the fence.
Yeah, I think for Jadeja, it should be pace off into the surface.
Oh, what a catch! Kane Williamson has come up with a beauty here. We saw one from Glenn Phillips, but Glenn Phillips will be proud of this. This is magical stuff from New Zealand.
Another brilliant catch from what you would say the senior pro of the team, Kane Williamson. He'd taken a right-handed one-handed catch to get rid of Akshar Patel. Now this is a left-handed catch, and in a very, very tough position. The backward point or the junkie corner position is never easy. You don't know whether to go right or left. This is a fabulous catch to get rid of Jadeja for 16. 7 down to 23 in the 46th over.
Such a great player, Virat Kohli. Hitman Rohit Sharma. Dhoni, the legend grows.
Gen Gold Heroics, only here.
This broadcast is co-presented by Dream 11, co-powered by Campa, in association with Asian Paints. Mutual Funds Sahi Hai. Sprite Gatak, Thandarak, and Zoopy Ludo.
Is the reason why Mohammad Shami is out there at number 9. Just when India wanted that partnership to tick, like they've done so often in the past. New Zealand coming up with something special in the field. It's a good chance here now for New Zealand to tighten the screws, try and restrict India to even under 250. It's Shami at the crease. It's 223 for 7.
He's hot. He's got the power.
How do I do it all? The Brezza gives me the power.
I can't quite believe it. Pace off into the surface from Henry. No ability to time the ball when it's coming off.
.23 for 7. Jamieson, the new bowler. Nice movements there to come up with an excellent one-handed catch. A little bit of anticipation as well. Moving to his left. And a good grab. Jamieson, he's been really good. 6 overs for 14 before this. 2 dots now.
Just bowling those leg rollers / leg cutters here, Kyle Jamieson. Oh, look at this from Williamson. Terrific movement. Disbelief there. Good in the field, as you would expect from any New Zealand side.
The crowd egging Hardik Pandya on. New Zealand will be happy with that. Keep him away from the strike. They've been absolutely brilliant today. First it was Phillips, that was Kohli to go, and Akshar Patel. And this was a very good catch, a clear deflection, and some good stops in the last one. Jadeja, the man, dismissed. And a change of pace. He's such a tall man. It's not easy to pick if the arm speed is the same.
And because he's tall, he gets the ball to bounce as well. The slower leg cutter, leg spinner, or leg roller, as Simon called it. Very difficult. Good length, he's bowled it well to Mohammad Shami. He's bowled it a little bit shorter, a little bit wider to Hardik Pandya, but fuller to Mohammad Shami.
And again. Will Young here, he had to be a lot taller than he is to grab onto that one.
But he's in so tight, trying to stop the single and get Hardik Pandya back on strike, but he's actually in too tight. Just loops over his head, loses it momentarily, and can't get anywhere near it. Terrific from Kyle Jamieson, just the 2 so far. That leg roller coming out nicely.
And a great finish to the over. Just 2 runs conceded, 225 for 7.
It's finally here.
Very good, sir. ये लोग तो सही है बोल के निकल जाते हैं। क्या हुआ? मैंने म्यूचुअल फंड में पैसे डाले, लेकिन जब से इन्वेस्ट किया ना, मेरे इन्वेस्टमेंट की वैल्यू काफी डाउन है।
अरे भाई,
सर,
पोर्टफोलियो मेरा भी डाउन हुआ है। मार्केट्स का तो नेचर है ऊपर नीचे होना। जब मार्केट ऊपर जाएगा तो पोर्टफोलियो का वैल्यू भी ऊपर आएगा। हमारा काम है म्यूचुअल फंड्स में इन्वेस्टेड रहना।
बात तो सही है।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
New Zealand have pulled things back extremely well in the last 3 overs. Broken the partnership. A couple of good tight overs. Last one, a very good one from Jamieson. Hardik Pandya, he's got to hog the strike here and score the runs. But he gets the opportunity now. Shami quietly playing it away for a single.
Interested to see what Henry decides here. Does he set his field on the big side of the ground, look to go wide Yorkers, wide pace off? Does he continue to go into the surface and allow Hardik Pandya to maybe access the shorter side of the ground, which is his leg side? So third's coming up now. Long off dropping back. 3 out on the leg side. So still suggests maybe into the pitch with a little bit of pace off.
Swings straight to the man in the deep. Refuses the single. So whatever India get, it's going to be one exciting run chase. New Zealand have got the players. Sachin, Ravindra. India have the bowlers as well. But it's a good crowd today and they'll enjoy this contest. Both teams already in the semi-finals, remember. Swings. Again, straight to the man in the deep. They cross over. And Shami sent back. You don't see that often.
It would have been interesting if both had crossed each other and then come back. 1 shot, 2 shot.
You can see what he's doing. He's bowling to his field here where he wants Hardik to hit to the longer parts of the ground. He's got long on, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square leg. So he's taking the pace off, bowling into the pitch. Oh, this time again finds the fielder. So this is perfect from New Zealand's point of view. 4 balls bowled, they've conceded just 2 runs.
What more can you ask for in the 48th over? Just 2 runs being conceded.
You've got to think Mohammad Shami just has got a couple of free hits here. Swing for the bleachers.
I think he should, because the field is more up for him than Hardik Pandya. New Zealand have done a terrific job now. The last few overs, at one stage it looked India would get 260, 270. When Jadeja and Pandya were going, but they pulled things right back. They're breaking the partnership, then a couple of good tight overs. And a good finish to the over. Just 4 runs conceded. After 48, it's 229 for 7.
Finally, World Cup winners के साथ selfie.
1 मिनट तो सिर्फ कपिल सर के साथ लो ना।
हम कब जीते? 1983, 2024?
हाँ?
आप भूल कैसे गए?
भूलना पड़ेगा। अगर फिर से चैंपियन बनना है तो
सेल्फी।
Dream 11 चैंपियंस का गेम। इस खेल में आदत लगना या आर्थिक जोखिम संभव है। जिम्मेदारी से खेलें।
Because they've got so many spinners, Simon, the ball will grip and turn. So 2 overs to go. Jamieson will continue. It's supposed to be very windy today. No real breeze at the moment. Staff at play, just speaking to some of the ground staff. They reckon wind speeds could be pretty high later on in the evening. So Hardik Pandya on strike. Sliced away straight to the fielder. And what a spell this is turning out so far. 7 overs for 16 for Jamieson and the 1 wicket. The tall man making a mark.
You can see India really struggle against the pace. 5 wickets. They lost for 100 runs. Against spin, they've been a little more successful.
Gets that away, finally, and into the fence. Not quite where he intended to hit it. That's thickest outside edge. It's beating the man at short third.
Pace off again, he throws the bat at this. Just holding in the surface, gets a fine edge. Good enough to beat Will O'Rourke.
That's a lovely strike. Might have just gone the distance, this. And an opportunity here to free his arms.
He does play that shot over extra cover really well. It was in the slot. It was the leg cutter, so he hit it with the movement, with the turn. Great connection. Absolutely terrific.
And trying to hit that, he didn't lose his shape. He's bouncing in. This is up. It's long. It's 6. So suddenly some momentum here. 2 boundaries and a 6. 14 of the first 3.
What a game this game of cricket is. In the first 7 overs, he had conceded only 16 runs. And in the 4 balls of the 8th over, he's conceded 14 runs and 2 deliveries yet to come. All to some fabulous shots from Hardik Pandya.
Well, what he's doing so well now, Hardik, is he's sitting and waiting, reacting to the ball after it's pitched and slowed up. Not looking to go too hard, too early. But hold your shape.
Flicked away. Settles for the single. Yeah, this is 2 boundaries first for a thickish outside edge, then a clean hit. Great shape maintained. And then a powerful strike. Well, this is a terrific hand towards the end of the innings from Hardik Pandya. 45 or 42. Might well make the difference in this game. If India can get past 250, reach 260, you've got a match on here. The ball gripping, spinning. Shami swings. They don't take the run because Hardik will keep the strike for the final over. 244 for 7.
The Lionesses are roaring in the Tata WPL. Start watching their every action for free only on Jio Hotstar. 14th February to 15th March.
India wanted to review this.
The height. So 1 over to go. It's 244 for 7. Final over of the innings. It's going to be Matt Henry. Hardik Pandya. What a big one like the last one. To finish it off nicely. Just checking the height there. On strike. Good delivery. It's altering the length, full length. Thing is, the margin for error is so little here because if you don't get that full length right, he's got the power to hit it. down the ground a long way. Cat and mouse game at the moment. Wide signal. Let's see what Hardik Pandya is doing. He's not committing himself. It's not as if he's saying, okay, this is the shot I'm going to play. He's just leaving some options open. It's pretty deep in the crease as well. Swings up in the air. Well, doesn't take the single. If he had actually gone for the single, he might well have got two.
Well, Phillips couldn't get there, nobody could. Charging in right on the boundary, and rightly so, because I'm not looking for ones. We're only looking for boundaries, so he was right on the boundary rope.
Oh, this is excellent. In fact, wide signal. He's not happy, Henry. I think Pilingworth just looked towards Michael Goff regarding the height, and a good call in the end. So still 4 balls to go. 2:46 now the score. 260 is what India want from here. That's up. Rachin Ravindra takes it and completes the catch. And an important wicket goes down here for India. Hardik Pandya, the man dismissed.
Well, he persevered, did Henry. This one again into the surface, off pace, short. And Ravindra does well. He momentarily loses sight of this. Manages to grasp those hands around it. End of a good innings though. Hardik Pandya 45 at a runner ball. 246 for 8.
.246 for 8. Kuldeep Yadav comes out to the middle. Number 10 for India. 3 balls to go. Pandya, the last man, dismissed. Good hand from him. 45 from 45. Can New Zealand restrict India to under 250?
The ball bounced a little bit more than Hardik Pandya anticipated, so it didn't quite get it off the middle of the bat. Just got the elevation, didn't get the distance that he wanted.
The Shami on strike. Swings. 1-2 as to hurry. Goes to the non-strikers and then hits Shami. Oh, bang on the shoulder. He was in the firing line. It's the bowling arm as well.
Oh, that will smart a little bit, that. Good throw, and he's running, I won't say down the middle of the pitch, but not far off it. And the throw's wild. The throw's wide. Hope everything's okay there with Mohammad Shami. That will hurt. That will hurt.
Just hope he's not hit on that bone over there. That's his bowling arm. He's trying to flex it as much. He seems okay. So the last ball of the innings coming up. He won't feel it at the moment, but when he goes in, he'll need to ice it for a while. 4 for 42. Can he finish with a 5 for? Final ball of the innings. It's Shami on strike. Here's Henry. Up in the air. And taken in the deep. 5 wickets for Matt Henry. Glenn Phillips once again making no mistake. Ran a long way. And he's safe as houses when it comes to catching. So a good performance here from New Zealand to restrict India to under 250.
Matt Henry always seems to bowl well against India. Taking a fifer in a one-day game is never easy. He's done that. And at an economy rate of 5.25. That is what Glenn Phillips is saying. Well done. India allowed 249 in the last ball of the 50th over.
Unleash freshness. Wildstone Code Body Perfumes.
पेमेंट फेल लेकिन पैसे तो कट गई मेरी मेहनत की कमाई।
हो जाएगी भरपाई, चिंता मत कर मेरे भाई। अगर डिजिटल ट्रांजैक्शन फेल हो जाए, अगर अकाउंट से पैसे कट जाएं, तो बैंक समय से पैसे लौटा देगा, वरना कॉम्पनसेशन का है प्रावधान। नहीं तो आरबीआई के ओम्बुड्समैन को शिकायत करें आप।
या बिल
मेरी फीस। आरबीआई कहता है
जानकार बनिए, सतर्क रहिए।
This is the Emirates Premium Economy seat. Economy. Perhaps they need to call it something else.
Being put into bat, making 249 for 9. So the innings held together by Shreyas Iyer 79, Akshar Patel 42, and a good hand from Hardik Pandya there towards the end, 45 from 45.
The bowling, New Zealand did trouble India in the first 10 overs, taking 3 wickets for 35. Henry getting 5. Jamieson, good figures till the last over. O'Rourke also getting a wicket. Santner getting a wicket. And Rachin Ravindra also getting a wicket. 249 is the India score in their 50 overs.
Yeah, he becomes the bowler with the best figures against India in the Champions Trophy, Matt Henry. Let's go down now to Ian Bishop.
Matt, 5 for 42. Congratulations on that. How pleased are you with your effort today?
Yeah, I think the way that we came out here and I suppose exposed some in the surface a little bit early and put India under some pressure. Obviously, we're very happy with that total, but there's going to be a big job to do still.
What works on that surface from a seam bowling point of view?
Yeah, there's a little bit there with the new ball, and I think obviously the way that we could create pressure, but we've talked about taking wickets throughout, and I think that's something we've been able to do, and I think as a collective group, the pressure is what's just getting that done.
A couple of wickets in the power play for you today. How pleasing was that?
Yeah, no, it's great. I think obviously with a strong batting lineup like India, and they've got some destructive batters up top as well, so be able to put them under pressure, and I think that was the key.
What's the key for your batters when they get out there?
Yeah, I think there's going to be ebbs and flows on a wicket like this, isn't there? So I think being able to absorb pressure and then put pressure back on the bowling attack, and I think if we can do that, we give ourselves the best chance.
5 for 42, very well bowled.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Yes, he's been very consistent when it comes to bowling against India, and this is in phases how the Indian innings went. They were rocked early, 3 wickets in the first 10, then a foundation 41 and a 52-run period from between the 21 and 30th, 55, so got better and better. And towards the end, 64. So New Zealand never allowing India to really get away. So there you go. When India comes out, it's 250. What they need to win the contest.
Well, this certainly is a rivalry that has defined at least Indian fans in the last couple of years. And New Zealand doing New Zealand things very early on against Team India, extracting wickets in that power play. Exceptional fielding, always holding on to those catches. And then we saw a little bit of a stabilization. That was one for the King in his 300th one-day. Some superb moments on the field. Then a 98-run stand between Shreyas Iyer and Akshar Patel gave a little bit of impetus. What India had managed to do with a flourish towards the end from Hardik as well, Shreyas Iyer 50 from the game, is that they've managed to push it to just about 250. 233 is the average first innings winning score here in Dubai, and that's what New Zealand would win. Remember, both of these teams are already in the semi-finals, but here with Robin Uthappa, let's take it innings by innings, because it's been that kind of wicket, it's been that kind of pitch as well. And as far as the start was concerned for Team India, early wickets extracted by New Zealand. The Pacers have taken a lot of wickets today.
They have, as Matt Henry has bowled out of his skins today and he's bowled really well. He's hit the right areas, got the ball to move around a little bit initially, was very well supported by Kyle Jamieson as well at the other end, and took important wickets. Shubman Gill got right in front. Rohit Sharma caught trying to pull a length ball, which he generally does, but got the bottom edge. And then this one was a mind-boggling wicket. Just that catch. And you should give that wicket to Glenn Phillips, not to anybody else. And then after that, good partnership between Akshar and Shreyas Iyer. They lost Akshar to a top edge, and then so did Shreyas Iyer after a little bit. And KL Rahul played back to a ball that should have been played on the front foot. And Jadeja tame dismissal, but they tried to play a rescue act there in the end. He tried to farm the strike, did Hardik, and try to get them over 250, which seemed like that would be a decent score on this wicket. I don't think it's a match-winning score. It is definitely a fighting total. It's competitive, isn't it? Because just about what could be preventing India from getting about that 270 when you saw that partnership was towards the end, seeing just Matt Henry towards the end there. He's got a fifer against India. So let me take you back to the start. We've got a lot of talk about Shubman Gill as well, just in terms of how the flow he's been in this competition, in this Champions Trophy. What would Shubman's takeaway be from this moment? Well, I think it's just a slight, small technical aspect. I think it was, for this particular ball, I think when his initial movement, his setup was slightly late, which is why he was behind the 8 ball and was late on the ball. There was nothing wrong technically, but just that the way he begins and finishes his initial movement at the point of delivery, it seemed like he was still moving and the ball was released and he's getting into position, which is why he was late. So not much to think about. I think it's just one of those things that happens as batters. The foundational piece of batting is that initial movement and to time that right. And oftentimes at the start of an innings, it can happen where you err and you delay it a little bit sometimes. We did say at the start that the power play punch or the battle to watch will be between Rohit Sharma and Matt Henry. Just seeing Rohit Sharma against pace in general is one of those conversations very early on, because Jamieson, who's given us memories from WTC, we won't talk about that. But, look, these are the shots Rohit is going to play. We come to expect them. Well, I'm never going to complain about Rohit getting out playing this shot, because this is the shot that he scored a bulk of his runs from. So for me, I think you get out playing a shot like that on a slowish kind of wicket. I'm not going to pull you up for it. I'm just saying, back yourself to play those shots, and he backs himself to play that shot. So, and there is a pattern in which he approaches batting. So it stays true to that, and it's a shot that he does play. You get out. It doesn't work out every time. It's cricket. It's sport. You fail more than you succeed. How often have we heard that talking to cricketers? Virat Kohli becomes the 7th Indian today to walk out to play his 300th one-day. What an electric moment in the field. First and foremost, when he walked out, he's coming off what is his 51st ODI 100. He looked as he's looked so far in terms of confidence, the energy that Robin Uthappa has spoken about, and then that moment in the field that even had Virat Kohli just
almost, shrugging his shoulders, giving a little smile, because that's brilliance you can't do anything from.
Well, yeah, it seemed like he came in there trying to mean business and score runs as quickly as he can. In fact, it looked like he was trying to force the issue a little bit. When he got out to that shot, obviously stunned everyone at the ground, including him. That was a mind-blowing catch, and you don't see that very often, but we've seen that twice from Glenn Phillips in this tournament, and he's been feeling exceptionally well. And from what I understand, he was the only one from the New Zealand side, came here in the evening and did a whole bunch of fielding practice under these lights.
As Sunil Gavaskar just joins us as well, Sunny G, just seeing that moment of brilliance from New Zealand. New Zealand, when it comes to their fielding, when it comes to their field placements, there are lessons to be learned from them.
They add an edge to their bowling. Sometimes you feel that their bowling's not all that threatening, but it's the fielding, saving runs, taking catches like that lift their bowling up considerably. We saw catches from Kane Williamson as well, one with the right hand and then one with the left hand, and he's what you would call the senior pro in the team. Over 30, around the mid-30s, to be taking catches like that is outstanding. It just tells you the commitment that they have on the field for their team, because that is what commitment is all about. That is what practicing is all about, and you can see it in the effort level that these guys are putting.
We did in the build-up talk about, you can just understand their emotion. In the build-up today, in the pre-show, we did speak about the importance of Shreyas Iyer, especially considering how well he did against them in the World Cup semi-final. So sustaining the pressure, you could read into his innings as well, Robbie. You just look a little bit of the taking on the pressure, the slightly defensive shots, knowing exactly how to try and build that partnership significantly.
100%, as in you have to acknowledge not just the fact that he scored runs under pressure, but the way he did, the way he managed pressure, the way he absorbed it, the time he took, the way he stitched up a partnership with Akshar there, played that lead role to attack even when Akshar at a certain point should have been the one taking the aggressive option out. But then at all points, he absorbed the pressure and upped the ante at the right moments to be able to revive India's innings. Because at 19 for 3, they were struggling. So they needed a partnership, and he was able to do that. Which is why I think this guy is still flying under the radar. I'm very happy he's flying under the radar, but it's time that he needs to get the attention he deserves.
Slowest half-century for Shreyas Iyer in one-day cricket. That tells you about how much he's soaked up the pressure, but also overall how much he's improved his game against pace. The short ball used to often lead to his dismissal. Yes, it did so again, but his game against pace is significantly improved. We have a look at the areas that he scored in, Sunny G.
Well, yes, when you look at their score chart, that actually tells you that he was at the start, when he saw the wicket stumbling around him, he was looking to push the ball around for ones and twos. That's smart cricket, because the repair job was required at that stage. India sent in a left-hander to try and throw the Kiwi bowlers off, because they had up till then only right-handers batting. The top three were right-handers. Shreyas was a right-hander. That was a very clever move to send a left-hander in. And then they're running between the wickets as well. But what as Robin said, the way both of them absorbed the pressure, they realized that the scoring will be slow. It wasn't going to be easy, because then by the time when they were settling in, the field also had spread out. There were more fielders saving the boundaries. So the boundaries, this is a big ground. This is not a great fast outfield like you have in India. So it wasn't going to be easy to hit the boundaries as well. So that's why I think full credit to both of them. And Shreyas Iyer, eventually once he started to get a measure of what the pitch was doing, even what the slower bouncers were doing, that's when he started to play the big shots.
And also I think today, there's been a marked improvement in the way he's played the short ball. I think you can see it even from a technical standpoint. He's standing tall while pulling the ball. He's getting behind the ball. He's not beside the line of the ball. And a lot of things he's doing right. We speak about him struggling against the short ball, but the fact that he's actually improved on it is not something we throw a lot of light on. Sure, he got out playing the pull shot today, but he also scored a lot of runs with that pull shot throughout this tournament. So I don't think it's an issue anymore. I don't think we should be hyping that whole conversation up also as much.
You look at that 98-run partnerships, it's about a communication, because it was a rescue act. Sunny Ji, you look at Akshar Patel, the role that he's played in terms of the flexibility that he provides, but also the way that he went ahead and attacked a little bit of space, a little bit of spin. You had Shreyas Iyer looking to take on the pace. The communication between these two were key today.
Yes, I think that was important as well. The communication between the two. When you're looking to have a partnership, at the start, the communication possibly is just to keep going, don't do anything silly. then as the partnership flourishes, then you encourage each other to play a little bit more, play a few more shots. Then you tend to say to each other, look, I will take this bowler, you take this bowler, I can score more of him, you can score more of the other. That is the kind of way the partnership builds and flourishes. And that's what we saw. Shreyas Iyer was hitting against the shorter bowlers. The spinners is what Akshar Patel was taking on. Bracewell, for example, because he was turning the ball away, moving away and hitting the sixes, playing the sweep shot. This is exactly what partnerships are all about. You assess your strengths, you assess the weaknesses of the opposition bowling, and then you say, look, I will take this on. Why? Because you're a left-hander and one is a right-hander. So therefore you do that, and that is exactly the reason why they were able to take it. They're almost a 100-run partnership, but for a fabulous catch dismissing Akshar Patel.
Speaking of Akshar, Robbie, I mean, communication from a team management, role definition is so important. Now, he's been told, you're flexible, we could send you at any time, and the work that he's done in his batting, the responsibility that he's taken.
Well, I think he's always done well. I think, again, he's also one who's flown under the radar, to be honest. If you look at his work at Delhi Capitals, he's always done that rescue act for them when they've
You did have a KL Rahul to come. You did have a Hardik Pandya, who we know can bat higher, but batting a little lower. That 40 odd from him just missed out on a half century. Very crucial to have pushed India towards this 250.
Yes, I think so. I think that really stabilized the innings at that stage. Yes, you can perhaps argue that there were far too many dot balls that the Indians played, because in a 50 overs game, out of 300 deliveries, you really do not want more than 100, 110. More than one third dot ball should not be there. But the situation when they came into bat was such. 3 of the top batters back in the pavilion, and therefore they had to build the innings. So it meant that they had to be a little bit watchful. But onset, that 98-run partnership is certainly the one that actually gave India the platform to get closer to that 250 score that they've got now.
233 has been what is the average first innings winning score here. Enough on the board, Robbie. He said it's been a bit of a competitive total, but especially with the way that Matt Henry bowled those last 2 overs from him, how he pretty much gave nothing away. In that context, how important was this little knock from Hardik?
I'm so sorry, Mix. It's so loud here. I can barely hear you. Can you please repeat your question again?
I will repeat the question. I said in the context of New Zealand pulling things back towards the end, Matt Henry giving virtually nothing away. In that context, has Hardik's knock been enough to put a total on the board that is more than just a little competitive from that perspective? And your take on his batting and batting a little down the order there?
Well, I think they were on course for 265 when KL and Hardik were batting together. But after the loss of KL and then after the loss of Jadeja's wicket, then it became a little hard. Then you thought, okay, 250, if you can get to 250, it'll be a decent score to get on at this point in time. You got to measure what score is good enough given the situation of the game. I mean, Hardik was the only batter left. You felt like, okay, if they get a 250, that's healthy. We can try and compete with that score. And I truly believe that with this wicket, we'll probably get a little slower in the second innings. There's not going to be any due factor. Yeah. So the spinners, there are 4 of them. They will be used in tandem. So I think it is a pretty competitive score. Keeping that in mind from that perspective, I think Hardik's done a good job. He had to farm strike. There were perhaps the time where Glenn Phillips kind of missed a rare half opportunity. He could have taken 2 instead of just standing at the other end. That would have added 2 more runs to the total. But outside of that, I can't fault him for anything that he did in this innings.
Well, if there is a team that can sustain a little bit of pressure, that is New Zealand. They've certainly come to the party when it comes to being able to chase down those sort of totals as well. One change that India brought into their bowling lineup with Varun coming in, how does that add to the arsenal, that dimension?
I think scoring at 5 runs and over is never going to be easy for any team. Like Robin said, India have now got 4 spinners. So they will be asked to bowl 40 overs unless, of course, the New Zealand innings is wrapped up even earlier by by the spinners. There is turn. Rachin Ravindra is getting the ball to turn. Santner got the ball to turn. Bracewell's got the ball to turn. So if the top bowlers, your new ball bowlers in the first 10 overs get you a couple of wickets, then I do believe India will be able to restrict.
Well, we'll certainly be looking forward to the chase, but also looking forward to what happens after the Champions Trophy on our network, on Star Sports and the Jio Star network. The Tata IPL will be coming, and in that we've started a new series, Ed, in the build-up to it. Today is going to be a power play, and that focuses on Virat Kohli and RCB's comeback last season. Here's a teaser of what you can expect at the end of day's play.
As a foreigner coming into India, I never understand the criticism of Kohli.
The run machine Kohli, the ton machine Kohli.
He's batted more than fast enough.
Just been singles at the moment from Kohli.
Power play, Kohli's not got a problem with the strike rate. It's after the power play that I think he needs to kick the aggression up a level.
He knows that if he doesn't increase his strike rate, that he's going to be left behind.
100 now.
अप्रैल में तो मुझे लग रहा था भाई सामान मैंने तो सेट कर लिया था कि हाँ चलो क्या ही होगा यार अब.
The Chinnaswamy erupts. A Kamal ka comeback. Back-to-back victories for RCB.
What an incredible comeback from all of them.
The magic of team sport is exactly what RCB have been all about.
Power play just after tonight's show, and look at the blockbuster opening weekend. You'll start off in Kolkata as well. RCB up against Kolkata Knight Riders, then Sunrisers against Rajasthan Royals in the epic rivalry. Chennai Super Kings against Mumbai Indians. Yes, we're inching closer and closer. What about the chase now? New Zealand know what they need to do to get on the board. The most significant thing that when the Indian players was walking off was Mohammad Shami holding his shoulder a little bit. Sunny G, we had injury concerns ahead of this match as well. Is it good to go? What would you do in this situation, given that semi-finals are just around the corner?
You would want him to bowl, because you want to see if that throw which hit him just struck him below the bowling shoulder, how serious that injury is. Well, he hit the ball, so clearly I don't think there has been too much of an issue. But still, you want him to bowl at least 4 overs on the trot, maybe 5 overs on the trot, just to get that loose. Because any contusion that will be there, a little more action will help the contusion to maybe dissolve just a little bit.
So we're getting some visuals now going through the paces. Just about 30 seconds for you, Robbie. You've got a top order players that are in form. You've got Daryl Mitchell coming back. They know how to negotiate spin. Will New Zealand be chasing this down?
Well, early wickets is going to be key, and I think Varun Chakrabarti's role today, and the fact that his mystery spin can get us wickets on this kind of a track, I think he's the one that everything will be dependent on.
So there you go. Both these teams know that they're in the semi-finals. Who will they play? We'll find out.
Oak-Smith packaged drinking water, Cricket Live, co-powered by HP Lubricants and Amul.
Oak-Smith Style Studio. Where your soul, let it shine. Fashion is state of mind. Every stitch, every seam. Live your life, chase the dream.
Make a good look great with Oak-Smith Style Studio.
Oak-Smith, beg it higher. Champions take no shortcuts. Discover HP Racer Gen 6, high-performance motorcycle engine oil.
Who the bowlers are. The threat for India are going to be the spin through the middle. Chakravarti is in today. He is an outstanding bowler. Had a great series against England leading into this. So maybe it is they look to target Pandya, who's going to likely to open the bowling. 250, so it gives your spinners something through the middle for India. I hope we see another masterclass from Rachin Ravindra. Anybody, whether you're an Indian supporter or a New Zealand supporter, he is sensational to watch in full flight.
And he loves ICC tournaments, Rachin Ravindra. He's had an impeccable record for such a young man. He comes off in pretty much all of them. He's had a quick chat there with Virat Kohli. Virat probably gave him something to laugh about. And just to say, don't hit it anywhere near me because I'm going to start catching like Glenn Phillips. And Kohli is a fine fielder. 250 from 50. Very basic maths, but it won't be that easy in terms of a run chase. Ravindra and Young. The left-hand, right-hand combination. Mohammad Shami will be a key because he's a genuine strike bowler. Takes wickets on a regular basis, a bit like Matt Henry. Young still trying to establish himself, almost it seems in every New Zealand side he plays, and it's almost as if every time he has to go out and prove himself to keep his place. And at the other end is one of, as Matthew Hayden says, the most exciting prospects in world cricket, Rachin Ravindra, who Indian audiences, Dinesh Karthik, know pretty well.
Evening, Smithy. Evening to everyone watching. Yeah, without a shadow of doubt, he's very exciting talent, purely because of his stroke-making skills. In a high-tempo format, be it the ODI or the T20s, he comes up with good cricketing shots to hit boundaries.
So Shami, can he get the ball to move? Kyle Jamieson from this end got the ball to move appreciably, and for around 5 overs as well. Generally the white ball does move, but not for that long. Here we go, first ball of the reply, 250 needed on the spot. Wouldn't expect anything else from Shami.
Will Young had a really good test tour to India. The only thing being, Shami wasn't around in that series. Maybe playing him, or rather he wouldn't have played him as much. Whereas the rest of the bowlers, Akshar, Jadeja, you'd have played a lot more of.
He's just going to bash your length, isn't he? He just bowls in that good length area. Looks to try and angle that outside edge, something that Will Young has got out to a little bit.
Gone fine for 4, and New Zealand are underway.
Not the line that Shami would have wanted. Some would say a loosener. He get caught down leg side, I think, in one of the World Cup games, because he does roll his hands on a head, does get it quite fine.
You did get caught, you're right, absolutely right. Mohammad Shami lost his radar. Was it the previous game when he started with a really long first over? He just couldn't get dialed in at all. Big match requires big names adjudicating it, and we've got 2 of the very biggest here with Richard Illingworth, who's one of the old men of umpiring. You might not like me saying that, but the fact of the matter is, Illy, you are. And the up-and-comer countryman Michael Goff, who already has been around, standing in his 92nd. Wow.
We constantly speak about Mohammad Shami and what makes him special. I'm sure a lot of people who watch the sport will know this. His seam position. Just have a look at it. Not the best that I've seen, but still good enough. We'll be looking for some swing here in Dubai. Last couple of games, in the second innings, there has been some swing with the new ball early on.
One slip, and that is Rohit Sharma, because he's hoping he can get maybe some seam movement even from the surface. I don't think get too much. Probably get some spin, but I'm not sure if the seam is going to dig in and deviate too much early on. Preparations are in between innings, just the light roller from New Zealand's perspective. Just to tidy things up. Just the boundary from the over, 4 for none.
चले सर।
हाँ बट बस किधर है?
यही है, मैंने ही लिखवाया सर। चैंपियन टीम दी गड्डी।
कौन चैंपियन?
अभी तो वर्ल्ड कप जीता था।
कुछ भी।
ऐसे कैसे भूल सकते हैं सर?
पाजी, फिर से चैंपियन बनने के लिए हमें भूलना पड़ेगा कि हम चैंपियन थे।
हर मैच पहले मैच जैसे खेलना पड़ेगा।
आओ
ड्रीम 11 चैंपियंस का गेम। इस खेल में आदत लगना या आर्थिक जोखिम संभव है, जिम्मेदारी से खेलें।
Right, Hardik Pandya and Kane Williamson, who was brilliant in the field, absolutely outstanding, is a little bit low on runs in this tournament. In fact, 2 out-and-out failures, so an opportunity for him at some stage. Outside edge from Ravindra. Down towards a third man where Kuldeep sits. We didn't see too much of Kuldeep in the batting side of things, but Williamson sits, waits.
You can actually see some white chalk in between his fingers, and Mark Chapman's actually working with a guy back in New Zealand around glue that you can put on your fingers. So you use that and it allows that little bit of stickiness so that your hands don't sweat as much. It's something they've worked on leading into here, rather than maybe say the inners that you usually put on, which do get wet as well. So that's what the white chalk is on his hand, just a little bit of glue that then just dries and allows your hands not to sweat as much.
Good run. New Zealand have to do that as well. Right hand, left hand combination. Nothing more annoying from a bowling perspective than having to bowl right hand one ball, left hand the next ball. So running between the wickets are key.
In the previous game, Shami bowled a few overs before he walked off to get his taping released. And Hardik Pandya bowled very early in the innings against Pakistan and got the early wicket of Babar Azam as well. He's been given the duty of bowling the new ball today.
What a beauty. Absolute corker, that one.
Look at this go both ways, just the angled seam in and then the seam away. Oh, he said Rachin Ravindra looks elegant, but what can you do there? Only look a little silly because there's nothing you can do. We saw this in that Australian-Afghanistan game, didn't we, Smithy? The ball standing up, the ball swinging past the fact as well. Going to be something with this new ball until it gets soft.
Get off the legs. Left-handers love it there. Shami will run it down, but on the throw they'll come back for a comfy 3. Shami was batting and he was struck by a throw from the outfield, and it was just interesting to see there him flexing that shoulder area, and he's doing it now. It was a nasty external blow.
And right in between that shoulder blade, that is the worst position in terms of a fast bowler, 'cause that's when you can kind of cork that muscle, which is what's so important from a bowling perspective. Just wonder the angle in and trying to square Will Young up. That's the key part here. Can they angle it in? Can they roll it away? Maybe just a bit of heat applied on that shoulder blade.
Well, at the very least, it's going to be bruised. At the very least. And you can ill afford to lose Mohammad Shami. Two or three really fine deliveries there, but 5 runs for New Zealand as well. It's 9 for none.
नया फोन
बिल्कुल मेरे जैसा
तेरा ही फोन है टीम बस में भूल आया था तू क्रिकेट के भागदौड़ में क्रिकेट के बाद का प्लान ऐसे मत भूल जाना भाई
क्रिकेट के बाद का प्लान मतलब पाजी
मतलब रिटायरमेंट का प्लान
इस जनरेशन ने तो उस बारे में सोचा भी नहीं होगा
पहले मैच से ही सोचा है इसलिए तो वो कर रखा है
वो मतलब क्या
वही जो सब लोग सही है करते रहते हैं
म्यूचुअल फंड्स में SIP
म्यूचुअल फंड्स में SIP
प्लान तो सही
है
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें
Deliveries above 140k. And of course, it happens when you get a bit older. Four inside the circle on the offside, in front of square. The elegant drive of Rachin Ravindra. They might feed him the drive, they might not. You know he will take it on.
He likes to get into the ball, Rachin Ravindra. A lot of his weight transfers forward, and teams have looked just to slightly target just outside off stump, a little bit further outside off stump. Been caught a few times in that slip position in that point, but the way that he's batting at the moment, he gets so beautifully on top of the ball and then can just press back if that's a little bit shorter.
Repeating, this is for top of Group A. Whoever wins this match plays Australia. And if it was to be New Zealand, they would be playing them in Lahore, and India would be playing South Africa here. So if New Zealand were to win.
Absolutely spot on when you say he likes to lunge on his front foot. And that's what makes him special when Smithy spoke about why he's such a superstar player. His ability to sometimes hit balls that not many people can. And as you see this, both teams have qualified. And as obvious as it is, the team winning today will get to play Australia. And the loser will play South Africa.
More a drivable length, but not quite there. It's the one that Rachin Ravindra feeds off. He looks for. He's got that forward press. He hits into the ball. He goes through the ball and just keeps looking. His first thought is always to press forward.
See, Rohit Sharma said a very straight field point covers everyone much straighter for Rachin Ravindra because he likes to drive the ball.
Couldn't control that one, but he got away with it. There's no gully.
One of the beauties of Rachin Ravindra's batting is how tall he's able to get off length balls. And have a look at how here, look at his feet here as he's about. This is a short of length ball. Not many players will be able to get on top. And he's gotten on top because of a limited foot movement, but also his bat flow coming through nicely. And this is where, as he spots the ball, he gets on top of it. His toes goes, his heels actually come out from the floor, and the back leg is counterbalancing.
Good over from Shami. On the money there, 10 for none after 3.
ये तो परफेक्ट मौसम है सर्फिंग करने का।
मैं जाऊंगा।
इसके लिए दम चाहिए। ऊपर तो देख ले बेटा।
मैं देखता नहीं सर।
दिखाता हूँ। तो दिखा।
सर दिखा दिया।
तू भी दम है तो दिखा।
250 the target. Safe start from New Zealand, by no means a quick one, but preserving wickets in hand. The spinners will be a massive threat, they know that. And India have a hatful of them at their disposal today. Good crowd, really good crowd on today. Arm wrestling, mum and son. Mass drums, it is a terrific atmosphere. Sunday here, of course, and opportunity to come in a little bit later with this great Indian support base, which is global. It's a sea of blue, really, to be fair.
It's very interesting you say that. Even this ball, the short of length ball, but he almost throws his hands at it. In white ball cricket, when the ball doesn't move, it helps him because he's able to get on top of the ball and create that as an opportunity to score runs. Whereas in red ball cricket, it almost will eventually get him into trouble. But for the moment, the one in trouble is Hardik Pandya. He's just bowled a no ball, overstepping by a bit, but that's enough.
Not a bad way to free yourself up in your first few deliveries, a no ball free hit.
Well, they packed the offside field.
Where do you think he's going, Katie?
Slow ball bouncer, surely. That's Hardik Pandya to a T, isn't it?
He's going to go full into the pads. Let's wait and watch.
It's going down the ground, I know that. It's not beautifully timed. Oh, it might be kicked over the boundary. Can you believe that? That is an absolute bonus. Was never getting to the fence until it got a helping foot.
He's probably saying you didn't need to catch it, just let it bounce and pick it up. It was a no ball, it wasn't going to be out. Oh, we'd call that a knock-on in New Zealand, wouldn't we, Smithy? In a different sport. He didn't even need to take it. Oh, no. Jeez, I hope he doesn't get a bowl in the next few overs, DK. What were you saying about India's fielding, Smithy, before you started?
Well, that was a weird sort of a moment. I'm not quite sure whether he sized up the situation or not.
Interesting about Rachin Ravindra, he's a perfectionist as a trainer, and his dad used to throw him balls in Wellington Stadium before he went to school and then after school as well. But he actually used it, for him to get used to the swinging ball, he'd tape up a white ball, he'd use a juke ball as well, and as a young age he was still doing simple things like that to be able to learn how to play red ball cricket. Obviously it's everybody's dream to play test cricket, but just the uniqueness as a kid to be able to go simple things around, allow the ball to swing a little bit more, use a juke ball, which is different to the kookaburra. It's not by luck he's in this position.
Katie, sometimes I feel you try too hard in life, and that's what has happened to Varun here. When you're not the best fielder, you want to prove that you can do everything simple possible. And that's a catch that needn't have been taken. He could have just probably waited on it, taken it on the bounce and given it back to the bowler. But here he is trying to show himself and everybody around that he could take that catch. And in the end, unluckily for him, the ball hit his feet and rolled to the boundary. And the reaction said all.
They were identical reactions. Everyone went the same way. Problem was that Hardik Pandya really shouldn't have reacted like that because it was his fault it was a no ball in the first place.
Hang on, So you're behind the stumps. Are you yelling it as the ball's in the air? Don't go for it, don't go for it?
Trying to think, if I was KL Rahul, what will I do? I think Varun was too far into it. He couldn't have backed out. He was hell-bent on taking that catch. Wow, you speak about India's fielding on one side. It's too early in the day to speak about, but New Zealand's fielding was unbelievable today. If India was restricted to 250, yes, the bowling was good. You got to credit a lot to the fielding efforts as well.
That can happen when you have someone who's absolutely brilliant, like a Phillips, setting a benchmark. I mean, not everyone's going to feel like Glenn Phillips, but what it does is it says to everybody, that's the level of commitment. I can get close. If I can get close, if I can get 80% of Glenn Phillips, that'll be good enough.
80% is unbelievable.
Up and over and out. What a catch that is. A beauty. That is a bonus for India, and it's Axar Patel. Safe hands diving forward.
Well, here is India's first moment on the field. As always, Rachin Ravindra trying to go over point but top edging it. And a lovely catch by Axar Patel. He almost ran backwards before realizing the ball was coming in front of him. Hardik Pandya with the first breakthrough. Rachin Ravindra, the first wicket to fall, goes for 6. New Zealand 17 for 1.
कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए। विमल बोलो जुबा केसरी।
Kane Williamson arrives at the crease with New Zealand having an early setback. So often he does that. And we've just been talking about what a high standard of fielding that New Zealand had set. And India really their first opportunity to effect the dismissal. And Axar Patel has come up with something quite special himself. Tipped over the 7,000 runs not long ago, Kane Williamson, averaging a tick under 49 at a respectable strike rate. And New Zealand will take his 1,500th with both hands today. Misfield there. Just gets away from Jadeja.
Well, he felt like he had to do something different to be able to get Rachin Ravindra out. Probably wouldn't have been bowled in this delivery if he hadn't have bowled that no ball as well. So a bonus ball. It is so difficult to catch here. You see so many drop catches because the lights, they call the ring of fire, the white shades underneath as well. To be able to understand that depth perception. He's saying, I'll take that extra ball and I'll take that wicket, thank you. Huge moment.
Now they'll work away at Kane Williamson's off stump here. The very best players, they look to leave, but they also know exactly where the off stump is. They play that line. And Kane Williamson has nicked 2 so far in this tournament, very early on in the piece. I don't want to bowl there because that is just a freebie.
Nice bit of timing, just that angle in. Just losing his line a little bit again here, Shami. That's good timing. He felt like he middled that more. That's gone all the way in the air past the inner circle. I think he would have liked that one better than the one just nipping away outside, that outside edge. Very much, doesn't have too much foot movement, plays the ball so late, which has got him in trouble a couple of times. Rohit Sharma very flat at first slip. Maybe 1.5.
But sometimes you come up against Kane Williamson at times, it's better to stand slightly wider. He likes that dab to third man. You want to restrict that shot as well. Also amazing to think that the last 3 times India has played New Zealand in ODI cricket, all 3 times Mohammad Shami was the man of the match, picking up 3 at Raipur, 5 at Dharamshala in the World Cup, and 7 again in the semi-finals at Wankhede.
It's about the line they want to probe away at Williamson. That's too short because he's very good off the back foot, very accomplished. Just get him a little bit more pushing forward at that, because even though he's a great player, he's nicked the last couple and he'll be conscious of that.
Speaking about how it is tough to catch and to buy, Akshar Patel running back almost before he had to come running in front and then held on to it. Best part being is very still as he was taking the catch in terms of head position. One of the better fielders going around in Team India. Stands at point quite a bit of the time, but now it's Jadeja there.
Six from the Shami over. It's 23 for 1.
He's got the power.
He plays hard. How do I do it all? The Brezza gives me the power.
Wow! GeoBP International Quality Fuels for everyone at no extra cost.
Surprised if Jamieson would have come to here for Henry. New Zealand looking for one partnership of note here, one significant partnership around about 3 figures. Now would be a good time to get it and break the back of India's fight here. That's what they've got to try and do. Deny, accumulate, deny.
We've talked a lot about the no ball that he bowled the kick over. This is a no ball. Marginal, not marginal. Who knows these days with no balls? Most bowling coaches say get further behind the line. How's this? He's had the measuring tape run out, Smithy. He said, can you get the measuring tape out just to double check that I'm running in exactly the right position? Have you ever seen that in your 50 years of commentating? It's in between overs.
In a word, no. Williamson will pick him off down there all day. He gets that width and that length. It's just trademark. No, I haven't. Remarkable.
There's some players that have seen that forget their run up. So what they do is they start from where they release it and they close their eyes and they run back. So they run and they feel like what their run up would be, and then that's how they mark it. Have you seen anything like that, DK?
Not in the middle of an over. He wasn't too happy with the run up. A couple of balls prior to that, he came in running and stopped without bowling, so he wasn't very sure if he was landing right. Just to make these no balls cost a lot in the context of the game.
How do you signal that? There's signals for new gloves and new bats. How would you signal, can I get a measuring tape run out?
As you can see, the marking there, HP, stands for Hardik Pandya, as you would know. And that's the new remarked one. But Katie, I can't spot the old one here.
He actually looks down, doesn't he? So that mark is obviously halfway through his run up, and he sort of trots in, and then you see him really take off. And I wonder if that in your mind, if you're Hardik Pandya, having to look at your mark when you're going, are you taking away from what you're doing at the other end in terms of releasing?
Mid-wicket. Contemplate the thought of a third run here, and they will, because Fielder just staggered a wee bit as he chased it. Varun again just lost his footing momentarily, enough for Kane Williamson to think that he's a chance. Here's us 3 wicketkeepers sitting here talking about bowling marks and no balls. Ian Bishop in the background with a round of applause, as if to say, you guys don't know a damn thing you're talking about. Wait till I come in and I'll explain exactly what's going on out there. Well, look, he just lost his run up.
Where is he? Where's Bish? Get in here, Bish. Probably practicing his run up out the back, Smithy.
These days, Ian Bishop just practices his golf swing. It's 28 for 1.
Such a great player, Virat Kohli.
Hitman Rohit Sharma.
Dhoni, the legend grows.
Gen Gold Heroics, only here.
This broadcast is co-presented by Dream 11, co-powered by Campa, in association with Asian Paints. Mutual funds sahi hai. Sprite Gatak, Thand Rakh, and Zoopy Ludo.
So spin being introduced into the attack in the form of Akshar Patel. So in power play, India having 4 spinners, so they have that option.
And it's a good move because Akshar Patel's batted really well. He took a superb catch just a little while ago, so he'll be high on confidence. It's a very good move from Rohit Sharma. And we saw when Ravindra was bowling in particular, because he bowled at the same speed at which Akshar Patel's bowling, around the 92 kilometers per hour. The ball is gripping and turning. It's a little bit new, so maybe not turn as much as Ravindra got.
2 fielders in the deep, so he's got a long off and deep square leg. Ball definitely gripped and turned, so I would imagine tactically he would keep back Kuldeep a little later. Kuldeep Yadav, the wrist spinner, so that he can give it a rip once the ball gets a little older. Probably the same with Chakravarti as well, and probably bowl them in tandem. One thing guaranteed, plenty of spin on offer in these 50 overs. It's quick off the pitch. What the keeper wants, what the captain wants is one ball to spin. That creates doubts then in the dressing room. Tidy start, just one of the over, 29. In fact, they get a single now. 30 for 1.
This is the game changer seat. Look, it even comes with binoculars.
MRF Zapper C1, now for motorcycles.
Usually in a situation like that, one of your teammates will shout behind you. And they all look surprised then.
Yes, conditions have grown a lot cooler here. See a lot of spectators with jumpers on in the stands. It's a good crowd. He's doing once again a pretty good job, Hardik Pandya. Runs with the bat. Asked to bowl with a new ball today.
And I think over the last couple of balls, Will Young, as well as Kane Williamson, like to run the ball down to third. And Rohit started off at a more orthodox first slip position. And he's gone a lot wider, partly for a catch and partly to stop or inhibit that run down to deep third that both Will Young and Williamson like to play as a release shot.
Oh, sweetly timed, but straight to the fielder.
That can add to the batter's frustration. Particularly the earlier couple of deliveries also have been dot balls. Hit it so well, hit it crisply, but straight to that fielder.
He gets hold of it. That's set up nicely and it's put away. They seem to have ample time in controlling that.
It's well played, and that will alleviate any pressure that was building. You mentioned a couple of dot balls earlier in the over, building that pressure sequence of 3 broken by that. And I'm not sure Rohit agrees with the choice of delivery, neither do they.
Yes, there was no one back. Now he sends someone back. Pulls himself out of the wide slip position, comes to mid-wicket, square leg drops back. Fine leg comes in the circle. New Zealand can afford to bide their time. They know exactly what they're chasing. They know a foundation is of utmost importance. Get to a position, say 80 for 1 or 90 for 1. What you don't want is to lose too many wickets early and then the spinners come in. $35 for 1.
Attention everyone, beware of fraudsters.
Meera ji, allow me. Attention please. Safety from frauds. Bank cards, safe.
Or just open ICICI bank account. Simple. Allow me. iMobile has Smart Lock. With it, your cards, internet banking, UPI, all digital banking transactions with just a click can be locked and unlocked. Use Smart Lock, stay safe from fraudsters.
Wow, Meeraj. You just put the fraudsters out of business.
iMobile on.
Banking full on.
City will get busy because a lot of people will break their fast sometime now. In the next hour, and then a lot of the restaurants do get crowded. Eating places. Here's Akshar Patel. Oh, he's taken that from the stumps. He's got to be careful because he's not a big turner of the ball. Most of his deliveries will come in like this.
He's slightly round arm when he releases the ball, so it looks as if he's bowling wide of the crease.
Sunny Ravi, the other thing noticeable, remember Shreyas Iyer misfielded that ball at the end of Akshar's last over at extra cover? Well, Virat Kohli's taken over that position now. Just there because he realizes that's going to be, with the left arm spinner, an area where they can push the ball down to long off. So they want someone, not that Shreyas is a bad fielder, though they want their most mobile fielder there to cut out the traffic and try to create and build pressure.
You want him a little straighter though, and for the reason being, he's not a big turner of the ball. So the batsman can't play and with the turn to get it a little wide of cover. Just a tad wide at this moment of time because Akshar Patel's attacking the stumps. It's not easy to then open the face of the blade when the ball isn't turning, as opposed to when you know there's a hint of turn. You go with the spin. He's misfielded too. It's a busy area, cover. Just getting an awkward bounce there.
Rare side that. He's such a good fielder. But yeah, you're right, awkward bounce.
$37 for 1.
He made sure this time, long barrier.
जब हिंदुस्तान मिले हिंदुस्तान से
जेके टायर, देश का टायर. Unleash freshness. Wildstone Code Body Perfumes.
So still 213 needed. Rachin Ravindra, man dismissed now. Varun Chakravarti, specifically picked for this game ahead of Harshit Rana. He's been in good form of late, had a good series against England. After his T20 exploits, was pulled into the one-day side as well, and then into the Champions Trophy. It's nicely timed. Get 3.
Did look as if he hit it too hard. The timing was so good.
Yeah, 4 signal, his foot just touching the boundary. What was good to see with that shot immediately, how Williamson picked that delivery from Varun Chakravarti. Wasn't playing for the turn, the leg break. In fact, was looking for the one that's straight through the googly. Now for the full face of the blade. Watch the blade here. Nice full face of the blade as he makes contact. And was looking at that pocket between mid-on and the bowler.
The challenge will come, and what Will Young and Williamson, who knows this very well, will have to combat is when Chakravarti hits his length. Generally at his best, he bowls a very good length and bowls it quickly, and that's why Rohit is so deep at slip.
And they all go up. It's not a big spinner of the ball. Rahul isn't interested. He reckons height.
Rohit himself is not too far away. Normally he's at mid-off or mid-on. He's been hit on the back pad. Pretty close, that.
Not really see both these players looking for the ball coming into them with the angle. So working it more on the onside. It's at times, if you're playing him for the first time, you think he's a leg spinner and you tend to look to push towards mid-off cover. That's when you could be in trouble. Now, is that off the pad? We're talking of the appeal, but they say struck outside.
Clearly a predetermined foray down the pitch for Williamson. Ball wasn't flighted at all. Kohli having a word with Rahul.
After 10, 44 for 1.
Tired of waiting. I need your arms around me. I need to feel your touch, and I really wanna talk.
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ गुलें तो जी लग जाए। विमल बोलो जुबान कैसे?
So 44 for 1. Still Akshar Patel. Now that we're done with power play, option there to bring even Kuldeep or Jadeja.
I think he's seeing the release point and he thinks that it's going to be outside the off stump. Will Young. The ball's hurrying into him. He's got to be really careful.
Just seeing the field set here and the way Akshar is bowling. Wonder if Rohit Sharma doesn't think of getting one more man in the ring. He's got long on and long off. If he can push, the ball isn't turning, so make the batsman go over the top of mid-off. If he can, just cut that single. Too many open spaces in the field at the moment. Was that an edge? Wait for the umpire signal. No signal from the umpire, so might well have been an edge. 48 for 1.
हो गया इंतजाम।
किसका?
गुड्डी की फीस का।
दिखा। 20,000 का लोन तुरंत। पता है कौन दे रहा है? ब्याज कितना है? लोन विनियमित संस्थानों से ही लें और कर्ज उतना जितनी जरूरत, वो भी जांच कर। हो गया इंतजाम। पगार एडवांस में भेजिए।
आरबीआई कहता है
सही वित्तीय बर्ताव करे आपका बचाव।
Never easy for a keeper standing up and when there is that much of a deviation.
Once again, looking to play that cut shot. Gets a thick edge. So the ball would have been just a little bit because of the thick edge away from the gloves position.
And that's why when you saw that catch taken by Tom Latham earlier when India batted was a very good one, because it was Rahul the batsman at that stage. The deflection was similar. Because of him maintaining the position, he was in made it look easy. Those catches aren't easy at all. Oh, that's through his defence. Right through his defence. Chakravarti strikes in his second over.
That is the reason why he's in the team, because not too many can pick him. Inside edge. He thought that the ball is going to turn away. That's why the bat was a little bit away in anticipation of that turn. Instead, the ball just came straight through. And the inside edge resulting ball going out of the stumps. Young gone for 22 out of 49 for 2 in the 12th over.
Thank you. क्या करेंगे आप इस धनराशि का?
ग्रो करूंगा।
सही जवाब। SIP हो या स्टॉक्स, इन्वेस्ट करना हो तो ग्रो करो। डाउनलोड ग्रो। Investment in securities market are subject to market risks. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
Daryl Mitchell, the new man out there for New Zealand. This is a good opportunity for India now. Really tighten the screws with spin at both ends. New player at the crease. A lot of them wouldn't have played Varun Chakravarti a lot. One of the main reasons he's playing today's game. To lend that variety. What he does is he might go for a few runs, but he'll get you wickets. And compared to the last time he played for India here, he's a much more confident bowler. He tasted a lot of success against England. Now slip in place. Oh, that's again coming back in to the right-hander.
good look at what it hit here off the pad. But I think it occurs to me straight away, for all the varieties that you just talk about, you both espouse, what I think is also impactful is the length that he's been bowling since that drive for 4 in his first ball. He's pulled his length back beautifully. And that's why you saw Kane Williamson running down to him in the last over to try to get to him, because at his best he doesn't give you that length to hit down the ground. Yeah, confirmation of off the pad.
Yes, before today, as been told, New Zealand's top 5 had faced only 24 deliveries of Varun Chakravarti in all formats. Again finds the fielder. So a good over, just 1 run conceded and a wicket, 49 for 2.
We move cricket so that cricket moves you. DP World, global logistics partner of the ICC. Smart logistics beyond boundaries.
New Zealand bat deep, but they'll need a partnership to really get them into a position from where they can feel a little comfortable, because India will feed them with spin. Yeah, there'll be plenty of spin. The overs will go through quickly. They'll be looking for wickets. Akshar Patel continuing.
Look where his bat is. He thinks that it's the leg spinner, but in anticipation of the turn, his bat is outside, and instead the ball nips back in. Very good delivery.
You're right, just that foot back, the length.
What I wanted to ask you, you mentioned one of those fielders coming up inside the circle, right? And you, as someone who bowled left-arm spin yourself, what's the advantage? Because I was thinking the sweeper on the offside coming up, and if he's bowling at the stumps, forcing them to try to open the bat face to hit it past that man, as opposed to the long off where they could perhaps chip and hit it down there. What's the advantage of bringing the sweeper up?
No, just seeing the field set where the singles are going quite easily. And something tells me with him not spinning the ball that much, chances of it looking to knock it down towards mid-off is an easier option than looking to cut. So make him use his feet to go over the top, because you're 2 down. Another wicket here will put immense pressure. Especially the line he bowls, Akshar, Jadeja, they don't leave the stumps. They don't give you much room. And that deep point is there more for their reverse sweeping and things of that sort, just to take that shot out of the equation as well. This is good bowling now. You can see the screws being tightened by the spinners. They're again targeting the stumps. Adil Mitchell is someone who will use his feet. At some stage he will look to go down the ground. He backs himself at doing that. At the moment it's tight from India, 50 for 2.
Finally, वर्ल्ड कप विनर्स के साथ सेल्फी।
1 मिनट तो सिर्फ कपिल सर के साथ लो ना।
हम कब जीते? 1983, 2024?
हाँ?
आप भूल कैसे गए?
भूलना पड़ेगा अगर फिर से चैंपियन बनना है तो।
सेल्फी ड्रीम 11 चैंपियंस का गेम। इस खेल में आदत लगना या आर्थिक जोखिम संभव है, जिम्मेदारी से खेलें।
So New Zealand leading exactly 200. Plenty of cricket to be played here still. This is a good contest now. Williamson's experience here the key. He would have played him or seen him a little more than the others in the IPL as well. Should get two. Well, Matt Henry very good when India batted, as he normally does against India. 5-wicket haul, aided by some excellent catching. And he's on top of the fantasy game points, 154.
The other thing you mentioned, Williamson's obvious ability and more meaningful experience, perhaps having seen Varun at different levels. Mitchell's average against India is also over 50, and he plays spin really well. So that's another thing that New Zealand can look forward to with these two, whether they have a big score or not. Kane is due. 2 failures in the tournament so far. Very unlike him.
The last 2 one-days he's played against India, he's got hundreds. Daryl Mitchell.
So far in the 6.5 overs that the spinners have bowled, only 20 runs have come and 1 wicket. So the spinners have certainly put the brakes on any New Zealand scoring that was there.
What they've done is that boundaries have dried up, so that builds pressure. So things tightening up here. 14 gone, 53 for 2.
The tires we race are the tires you buy. MRF.
Just close the doors, and you're in a world of your own. Travel is not just about the destination. It's also about how you get there. Fly Emirates. Fly better.
Got to be a little careful here, New Zealand. Asking rate's gone up to 5.5. The 2 spinners have a little stranglehold. Akshar just 9 runs from his 4 overs. Chakravarti 1 for 11. I think it was Ravi who said they never leave the stumps. Both him and Jadeja when he comes back on. Very tight lines. I don't think it's the turn in the wicket as much as the accuracy that's stifling New Zealand at the moment. I thought Santon and the others got a little bit more turn. We'll see that when Jadeja comes on, maybe, or when Kuldeep comes on.
Yeah, I think Santon's slower ones tended to turn it just a touch more. Kuldeep, I'm sure he'll find something out there. Akshar's beehive would be quite interesting, I would imagine, Harsha. Wouldn't be too many missing by much.
brings such a lot to this Indian team. Took a good catch, came in at number 5, scored a valuable 40. Now he's coming in and putting the screws on. How long is Daryl Mitchell going to just keep nudging the ball around? Played a couple of reverse sweeps early on, but he hasn't scored a run from 9 balls. Likes playing against India, but going to a slight lean patch. He'll get the run. 2 of the over, 55 for 2.
बिबल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ गुले तो जी ललचाए बिमल बोलो सुबह केसरी.
The Lionesses are roaring in the Tata WPL. Start watching their every action for free only on Jio Hotstar, 14th February to 15th March.
Sunset on what is now actually a slightly chilly evening in Dubai. Right, Varun Chakravarti. It's a good time to have Dinesh Karthik back in the commentary box, because I remember DK in the early days when he was just starting, not as experienced as he is now. He'd play for Kolkata Knight Riders. You were keeping wickets, and we'd notice you'd use your hands almost to tell him what to bowl.
From that stage, he's grown on a lot. I can tell you that. He's become a man of his own. It's great to see him playing ODI cricket. He deserves a spot.
What were those conversations like?
At that stage, because he was very young, just giving him directions as to which line he should bowl a lot of the times. And I speak to him in Tamil, considering both speak the same language, and just give him ideas as to what good lines would mean. He always had control over length. It was just the line at times he used to get confused with. So just give him the confidence as to what line he needs to be bowling. And in the last couple of years, whenever he's played Vijay Hazare Trophy, he's been the leading wicket taker in India, and that's why he's earned his cap here.
It's an interesting phase that, because the only 2 people who spoke Tamil were playing for the Kolkata side, and nobody in the Chennai side spoke Tamil.
That is very true.
Right, Williamson, 24 of 34, is going at runner ball for his first 15 or so. And Mitchell, 1 of 13, is a bit stuck, Mitchell. Right, Dooley, tell us what he's going to do now. Call these next 2 balls.
He missed the second game, of course, Daryl Mitchell, so he's not generally an impetuous character. He doesn't mind coming down the pitch, but he will work his way into the innings. I don't think he'll feel under too much pressure still at the moment.
Well, he'll get away with that. I don't think he timed it well, but he'll come back for 2. He's changed a bit since you knew him, Dooley.
Yeah, I'm not sure he was trying to hit that in that direction. It was meant to go straight. Might have been the one that goes the other way. Is there any cues, any reads to him, DK, to Chakravarti?
Don't you think it's a tad bit unfair, Simon? I tell you what the cues are.
I'm just looking ahead. I'm just looking ahead a little bit.
He's got largely incoming deliveries, though. Now a couple, I think, were the leg breaks. 2 of the over, 57 for 2.
Attention everyone, beware of fraudsters.
Meeraj, allow me. Attention please. Safety from frauds. Bank cards, safe.
Or just open ICICI bank account. Simple.
Huh?
Allow me. iMobile has Smart Lock. With it, your cards, internet banking, UPI, all digital banking transactions with just a click can be locked and unlocked. Use Smart Locks, stay safe from fraudsters.
Wow, Meeraj. You just put the fraudsters out of business.
iMobile on.
Banking full on.
Mitchell likes playing the sweep shot. The batter to come, Tom Latham, he enjoys playing the sweep shot. New Zealand play the sweep shot against spin more than anybody else. Saw some numbers, 10% of all the balls they play against spin, they sweep. Whereas India's just about 5%, and they average 46. It's a good shot for New Zealand. Certainly that's what they believe. And that's why probably for Akshar you've got the shot backward square and the backward point for either sweep.
You speak about Akshar, and the one thing that is synonymous with him is accuracy. Have a look at that for a beehive. Almost all balls hitting the stumps. If not, it is that close, you'll almost believe it's going to hit the stumps. So it's that's what makes him special.
Also, if not quite as dramatically as Santner, you see he's varying his pace too. The last one was a lot slower through the air.
India got stuck in between at a similar time where they couldn't rotate strike as well. When Akshar and Shreyas Iyer were batting. And similar situation here for New Zealand. They're finding it hard to rotate strike.
And that might be the release shot. They'd only made 24 from 9.5 overs against spin before this, but he latched onto the short ball so quickly. Not quite short, shorter.
44 balls since the last boundary, but it's just a little bit of width, and we just talked about how accurate he is. He misses very rarely, and if Akshar does miss, you have to make the most of it. Kane Williamson's done exactly that.
Typical Williamson innings so far, isn't it? 29 of 39, he'll provide the substance to the innings. He'll get a move on slowly as he goes along. But he's the spine, he's the backbone.
And I wonder if there was any thought of batting Tom Latham at 4 when the wicket fell. And just keep that left-right. We'll have a left-right combination for New Zealand with the spin, sort of taking a bit of control through the middle.
Just a little chip. It's not a bad shot, a little chip for 2. 7 came off that over, 64 for 2. And I think everyone will just take a little pause for drinks.
Young captain in Gujarat Titans Shubman Gill, Hardik Pandya captain of the Mumbai Indians, Rajasthan Royal captain Sanju Samson.
Jen Bold, ready to take over.
This broadcast is co-presented by Dream 11, co-powered by Campa in association with Asian Paints. Mutual funds sahi hai. Sprite Gatak, Thand Rakh and Zoopy Ludo.
The Lionesses are roaring in the Tata WPL. Start watching their every action for free only on Jio Hotstar, 14th February to 15th March.
क्रिकेट स्क्रीनिंग का प्लान बनना फास्ट, सेम प्लान कैंसिल होना उससे भी फास्ट, उसी क्रिकेट मैच के स्कोर अपडेट्स ESPN क्रिक इन्फो पे मिलना सुपर फास्ट स्कोर के साथ और भी बहुत कुछ मिलेगा।
ESPNcricinfo.com पर जाएं।
Such a great player, Virat Kohli. Hitman Rohit Sharma. Dhoni, the legend grows.
Gen Gold Heroics, only here.
So Young for 22, Rachin Ravindra the first to go for 6. got a bit of a partnership. 15 of 33 balls thereafter. New Zealand 64 for 2, going at 3.76. Need to go at just over 5.5. The 2 wickets that fell. Very good catch in the deep by Akshar Patel, the first of those. Give Hardik Pandya a wicket. And then played on to his pads and onto the stumps. So that was the end of Will Young. Spin has done well. 31 of 10 overs and a wicket. So New Zealand need 186 at 5.64 and over. It's not in dangerous land at the moment. Got to be careful not to let it go beyond 7.5. Latham, Phillips, Bracewell, Santner, Jameson, lots of batting to come. Henry. Oh, they'll take the run. And trouble is with the non-strikers in. But I think he's home. Once again, it's Akshar Patel.
Feels he's pretty comfortable here, Kane Williamson, I think. Mitchell with the call. There was slight hesitation, but once Mitchell had called him through, he put his head down and went. No issues. Again, all those batters you mentioned, only Phillips, the right-hander. That's why I wondered whether they might bring someone in ahead of Mitchell and just put Mitchell to 5. Just mix it up a little bit rather than having 2 right-handers at the crease at once.
One of the highlights of the day's play today. That catch that you'll never tire seeing. It looks even more dramatic in real time. I tell you what, we were down when he took the last catch. He ran so quick towards the ball. Right, a vast majority of Varun Chakravarti's balls are coming into the right-hander. Do you almost play him like an off-spinner?
You try and do that as a batter. He's got the one that goes away as well, like he bowled the previous one now. But to be able to identify which one turns more is the more important part as a batter.
Does Rahman get a little more bounce?
Yes, it does. The googly. That's the one that gets a lot more bounce. And the one that he picks up wickets with as well. Keeps the stumps in play on that one. It's been a good effort by him so far.
So I saw him closely when he was playing the games against England. He got a lot of bowls. Take another single. And inevitably was hitting the top of the stumps.
Trying to think through this 4.5 overs, about 3, maybe 4 deliveries that the batters have been able to get on the front foot and drive comfortably. Length has been impeccable.
Three came off that over, 67 for 2.
जब हिंदुस्तान मिले हिंदुस्तान से
Visit your nearest JK Tyre Steel Wheel store today.
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ गुलें तो जी लग जाए। विमल बोलो जुबान कैसे?
Right, 67 for 2 from 18 overs. We've already seen 11 overs of spin. We haven't seen Jadeja, we haven't seen Kuldeep. How are you playing it, DK? When are you getting them on?
I won't be surprised if Jadeja comes on really quickly now. And then Kuldeep is always there as a bowler against left-handers. He's a good matchup against left-handers. So that's what Rohit must be thinking at this stage. Waiting on Kuldeep a bit, but bringing Jadeja.
Shouldn't be surprised if he bowls out Akshar here. He's in good rhythm, not conceding too many. He had an excellent game so far, going at 3 and over into his 7th over. But is it fine? He might have got enough on this. He'll go for 4. So from time to time, New Zealand are getting these boundaries.
Just keeping them interested enough, really. This was as bad a ball as he's bowled all night. A little bit. Kiefer Mitchell there, not trying to hit it too hard. He actually just tried to touch it. A little bit on it. Raced away fine.
When on good length, it's almost impossible to take a single because you don't know which one's turning, which one's coming, and it's also slow, so they're not able to get momentum into the ball. Anything slightly away in terms of width, I put away. There you go. It's on length. He's playing for the one that's probably turning a bit, but it just went straight with the arm, ended up going straight to the bowler. See quite a few plays like this.
Take a single right in front of Chakravarti, who's at 45 there. So 6 of that Akshar over, 73 for 2 from 19.
Finally, World Cup winners के साथ selfie.
1 मिनट तो सिर्फ कपिल सर के साथ लो ना।
हम कब जीते? 1983, 2024?
हाँ?
अब भूल कैसे गए?
भूलना पड़ेगा। अगर फिर से चैंपियन बनना है तो सेल्फी।
ड्रीम 11 चैंपियंस का गेम। इस खेल में आदत लगना या आर्थिक जोखिम संभव है। जिम्मेदारी से खेलें।
Right, Kuldeep Yadav bowled very well against Pakistan in that game that India won, picked up 3 wickets there. He's had a turbulent career, ups and downs, but he's bowling well now. Very experienced. Best of 6 for 25. Take the first quickly, but there was never going to be a second, especially with Jadeja coming running in. Down there on the onside, 2 of the quickest in the field, Hardik Pandya and Ravindra Jadeja. There's one thing New Zealand wanted out of this game. It was for Williamson to go in and score a 60, 70, maybe even more. He's well on course to doing that. Oh, just wide of the fielder. Just wide of the fielder and enough to reach the boundary.
You almost got him, Harsha. You almost got him. People at home would be sitting there saying, stop it, Harsha. Commentators curse. There's no such thing, folks. It's just a shot that went somewhere near Varun Chakravarti. It was always spinning away from him, though.
Reason was it came right at the bottom of the blade. Would have been a really good catch. Just wonder, would you put that down as a chance?
I think it was a good effort from Varun Chakravarti to try and get to it, but some better fielders definitely would have taken it. It was hang time. And this is Rachin Ravindra. The beauty was Akshar Patel. Pedaling back at the start, but then coming running in. He had time, but the most important part, sometimes it's hard to judge catches in Dubai Stadium. He got into a lovely position at the end and held on to it.
You mentioned Williamson getting runs. I think Mitchell getting some time in the middle as well. Only one game. missed the second one in Rawalpindi through an illness. So for him, just some time in the middle as well before New Zealand head back to Lahore.
Winner of this game plays Australia. You've done a few games from that group, from the game in Pakistan. I actually think at the moment South Africa playing better.
Oh, yes.
Comeback of the last 2 balls, 7 of the over, 80 for 2.
The tyres we race are the tyres you buy. MRF.
This is the game changer seat. Look, it even comes with binoculars.
It is a bit chilly out there. There's a nice breeze blowing as well that makes you feel it's a little colder. Akshar Patel with his 8th over on the trot.
And New Zealand will be on the flight very early tomorrow morning. I think it's 4:10 a.m. Both the other sides in Group B actually flew to Dubai as well to prepare for the first semi-final. Obviously, whoever has to go back to Pakistan will probably try and join New Zealand on that flight, or maybe get another one tomorrow afternoon sometime.
So whoever wins this one will play Australia. The loser plays South Africa. So depending on whether India win this game or lose, either Australia or South Africa stay back. The other team goes to Lahore.
One of those quirks of the setup of the tournament, isn't it? That only two teams who know where they're going to be are playing now. The other two have got no idea at the moment.
You almost feel something's going to give now. New Zealand need a couple of boundaries just to get the momentum going. They've got the odd one. They haven't got the momentum in general. Whereas India, on the other hand, trying to strangle them.
My feeling is it might hit Kuldeep at the other end. They'll take a chance against Kuldeep. Will fall just short. It's a long boundary. They'll come back for 2. 3 off it, 83 for 2.
How do I do it all? The Brezza gives me the power. Unleash freshness. Wildstone Code Body Perfumes.
The choice before New Zealand today was whether to keep Mitchell out of the side and continue with Conway and Ravindra at number 4. But it's just a measure of how highly rated Mitchell is in this side, that they like his presence in the middle order. So they're happy to let Devon Conway go. And gee, if you can let Conway go, you're a good batting side. Got 97 in the tri-series against South Africa, but a little lean run. Maybe a little bit before and after that.
Yeah, numbers for his first 20-25 games of ODI cricket was averaging in excess of 50. Had 500s, 3 half-centuries. Those numbers have dropped down to below 30 now, and no hundreds in his last 10 to 12 games. So he had a flying start, but things just fell away. And then obviously with Young getting 100 in the opening game, it meant that they looked to Will Young today. It would have been a tough call, though, Harsha, I think. and a call that I wasn't sure they were going to make. So that's the way they've decided. What's going on here?
Is this a warning for running onto the danger area?
Well, it possibly is. You don't normally talk to the captain without a reason. Maybe that is the first warning.
Is it that left foot after he's bowled the ball?
Yeah, I think you're right. It's not the actual delivery, it's after the delivery when he goes with that left foot into the danger zone.
Did he signal one though? Did he just have a word with the captain? Normally if you're having a word with the captain you signal a warning, otherwise you just tell the bowler. Right, he's all right there. Now there. The left foot.
You almost sense that Kane Williamson is looking for that sweep here. Not a shot that he always plays, prefers the pull. That could be his boundary option.
Put some chalk on it. That's right off the toe end. So slow.
It's pressing the man of the back on the boundary for that sweep shot is literally just a couple of yards in. Cannot be a catching position. Better length, push through a little quicker.
Rohit, for the last ball, moving short square leg to short fine leg. Bringing Hardik at deep square leg much squarer. Doesn't mind giving the single now, that's the last ball.
Just for record, it hasn't been a formal warning issued. Just a suggestion that he move away. A single, only 2 of that over. 85 for 2 from 22, they need 165.
Young captain in Gujarat Titans, Shubman Gill. Hardik Pandya, captain of the Mumbai Indians. Rajasthan Royal captain, Sanju Samson.
Jen Bold, ready to take over.
This broadcast is co-presented by Dream 11, co-powered by Campa in association with Asian Paints. Mutual funds sahi hai. Sprite Gatak, Thand Rakh and Zoopy Ludo.
For 2. New Zealand needing 165 from 28. So dip and tuck at the moment. More spin from India now in the form of Jadeja. These two have played against each other for a long, long time. Under 19 cricket. Jadeja, Williamson. That's nicely played. And done well there. Saved a couple of runs.
Brilliant piece of work. Felt like they've been a little untidy at the start here and there in terms of their fielding. I just want someone to set the standard, someone to show that energy that can filter through the group.
It's amazing how what fielding can do. A flash of brilliance in the field, like we saw with New Zealand, a couple of catches can lift the side. Brilliant run out can make a difference. So both these players biding their time now. This partnership 38 from 65.
Different prospect against Jadeja, who bowls a lot tighter to the stumps, a lot faster as well out of all the left arm orthos that we've seen today, which there's been 4 of them, bizarrely.
Jadeja, a little different from Akshar. He gives it more of a rip, comes more over the top. You'll see it with his seam position, his wrist position, though he can undercut it as well. So you might just see him to get the ball to grip a little more than Akshar. But the line's pretty similar. Brilliant. And he's a live wire in the field at Virat Kohli. $87 for 2.
Thank you. क्या करेंगे आप इस धनराशि का?
ग्रो करूंगा।
सही जवाब। SIP हो या stocks, इन्वेस्ट करना हो तो ग्रो करो। डाउनलोड ग्रो।
Investment in securities market are subject to market risks. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
Wow! Jio BP International Quality Petrol for everyone at no extra cost. Yo!
Kuldeep Yadav. Just mixing it up now a little more, Kuldeep Yadav. Getting that pace just about right. It's good fielding. Another dot ball. Every dot ball will add to the pressure.
The sponsor will be lining up to send a few hundred more for him.
Amazing you say that, because we stayed at a hotel once when we were playing and the Indian team were there as they run the glasses off. There would have been 5 full boxes of sunglasses. Unbelievable.
And if it goes to the wrong room, it doesn't come back. Let me tell you, there'll be 2 boxes missing.
Suffice to say, I said at the end and said, I play cricket as well. And they said, who are you? And I thought, oh no.
Don't try and fix it. That's gone. We'll see what happens now. A while. Oh, that's a good shout. The ball has gone through. We're coming back for the second. No signal from the umpire. I think he's waiting to see if they're going up and then make a decision. Leg by. It's clearly outside the line. It's nicely played. Another couple of runs. It's 92 for 2. He's made a mess of that. Not the ball, the glasses. runs still coming in ones and twos, just the odd boundary. That required rate going up above 6 now. So India too keep putting a stranglehold, not allowing things to get away. I think very soon someone will have to take the extra risk. There's the turn for Jadeja. Just gripping. See much more over the top. See the way the ball, the position of the seam. Perfect. More towards backward point, third man, and then gripping and bouncing. Is much closer to the stumps as well at times, at time of delivery. That's a big difference in his bowling of late, in the last, say, couple of years. The ability to use the crease and just slow it up.
That is confirmation of Akshar Patel being very wide on the crease and with a slightly lower arm. Even though he targets the stumps, and immediately as we've seen him replaced by this man, Ravindra Jadeja, it's a more direct line, Ravi. As you said, he bowls from more mid-crease over the top, and he's actually spun it where we haven't seen anyone in the Indian team really give it a rip so far until now.
There again, and as the ball gets older, you'll see him getting more and more grip and purchase from the surface. So it's a very crucial period of the game, the next 10 overs. You've got Kuldeep, who's got overs up his sleeve. You've got Jadeja, who's got overs up his sleeve. And he mixes it up nicely. Now and then he'll go wide of the crease, drop his arm. Excellent over, 93 for 2.
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ गुले तो जी ललचाए विमल बोलो सुबह केसरी.
The Lionesses are roaring in the Tata WPL. Start watching their every action for free only on Jio Hotstar, 14th February to 15th March.
When do you bowl that? How do you bowl that to try and go between bat and pad?
You can see the boundaries drying up. Some good overs here for India. 44 this partnership worth. Oh, that's a good shout. The finger's gone up. You could see it coming. The pressure was building. And Kuldeep Yadav now gets into the act. Well, there's a review.
Delivery, looking at the split screen. Just keep rolling it through for me, please. Ball's close to the back. Can I go to Ultrace, confirm back and look? All trades coming up. Keep rolling it through for me, please. Keep rolling it through. Keep going through. It's a clear gap between bat and ball. No bats involved. Ball tracking and ready, please. The original decision is out. Pitching out it off, impact in line. Wickets hitting. Marking you can stay with the original out. You're on screen signal now.
Ouch! Then India breakthrough. Kuldeep Yadav strikes, he gets into the act. Daryl Mitchell, he was finding things difficult out there. Runs weren't coming as quickly as he would like. He departs. It was 17 of 35. It's 93 for 3. Tom Latham, the new man out there. Left hand, right hand batting combination. Now two very experienced players, Williamson and Latham at the crease. India feel that right into this contest now. Oh, that's gone through. We are wide as well. Wide signal, and it's a boundary.
You get a sense this game is going to come down to the wire, and it's just little moments like this, the extra 4 runs that go through Rahul's legs. Traditional ball just going down leg side, didn't grip as much. You get a little edge on that.
I think he got some edge on that. I think this will help New Zealand. Left hand, right hand batting combination. This is how he was dismissed. This one's spinning back in, and that'll happen with the wrist spinner once the ball gets a little older, and that's one of the reasons why he's kept for late. Bring him in, get the wickets in the middle overs. And it's not easy to pick him under lights when the ball loses its shine and hardness, because it's a scrambled seam. It could got to watch it very closely which way it's spinning. Comes up.
New Zealand struggle to score in front of the wicket against these spinners at the moment. They haven't picked up a number of boundaries, and Kane Williamson, this ramp shot is something that he's brought in. That little lap paddle, if it goes fine enough, it gets 2, keeps that rhythm going. Brought the reverse in as well, but hasn't needed it. Tom Latham, New Zealand's best player of spin. It's going to be a good challenge.
The other thing, when we go back to earlier in the over, the 4 wides that was signaled, KL Rahul wasn't happy. He was sort of remonstrating quietly, low profile with the umpire, saying that it brushed the pad of the batter. He got no response from the umpire, but he definitely felt it was padded.
You can already see with the right hand, left hander there. Strike just beginning to rotate a little more. Now this was signaled buys. Have a look at wides, I beg your pardon. Yeah, it could have been the bat or the pad. Definitely touched something. That's why Rahul went up. And 2 is the call. It's 104 for 3.
चले सर। हाँ बट बस किधर है? यही है, मैंने ही लिखवाया सर। चैंपियन टीम दी गड्डी।
कौन चैंपियन?
अभी तो वर्ल्ड कप जीता था।
कुछ भी।
ऐसे कैसे भूल सकते हैं सर?
पाजी, फिर से चैंपियन बनने के लिए हमें भूलना पड़ेगा कि हम चैंपियन थे।
हर मैच पहले मैच जैसे खेलना पड़ेगा।
आओ ड्रीम 11 चैंपियंस का गेम। इस खेल में आदत लगना या आर्थिक जोखिम संभव है, जिम्मेदारी से खेलें।
So 146 needed from 144. Jadeja.
He's a hard player to sweep, Jadeja, because of the flatness, because of that extra bit of grip that he's got. Kane Williamson looked out to the leg side. Maybe wonder if he's saying, okay, I'll lift that open, that square leg. If he wants to turn hands on the ball, it could lead to a leading edge.
Inside out.
That's one thing he's looking to do. If you watch where his toes are, his leg stump, even outside leg stump, he's very good at just being able to just pop it over the top of that cover position. So Virat Kohli there at extra cover will just manage how deep he goes.
It's exactly what Shreyas Iyer was doing when he was playing Santner, looking to stay inside, play with the turn. You can see Jadeja anticipating that look to follow him there. Oh, nicely bowled. See with what Williamson is trying, it won't be a bad idea for Kohli to come in a little at the cover region, just in case any ball stops on him spinning.
Maybe that spun at 98 kilometers per hour like that. That's quick and quick spin.
That's what he does. That's because of the seam position, good wrist position. Oh, he's got that fine. Just what Williamson wanted. And New Zealand. With Jadeja's pace, it'll race away to the boundary. And a good half century here. It's not been easy, but he's had to work hard for it. It's 110 for 3.
Attention everyone, beware of fraudsters.
Meera ji, allow me. Attention please. Safety from frauds. Bank cards, safe.
Or just open ICICI bank account. Simple.
Huh?
Allow me. iMobile has Smart Lock. With it, your cards, internet banking, UPI, all digital banking transactions with just a click can be locked and unlocked. Use Smart Lock, stay safe from fraudsters.
Wow, Meera ji. You just put the fraudsters out of business.
iMobile on.
Banking full on.
Very good half century. It's not been easy.
It's looked hard work for Kane Williamson, and that's because of the quality of the Indian spinners. He probably doesn't feel like he's fully in. He's not free-flowing in his shot play because, A, the wicket can be challenging. It's not consistent in terms of the pace off the wicket. But the spinners have been exceptional, and he's just, that grit and determination, the love for batting that he's got, he just battles away, battles away. Makes it so satisfying to score runs, doesn't it?
He's a scrapper. He's not going to give it away. Sometimes when things aren't coming that easy, you're concentrating that much more harder. You want to take it deep and then just see if someone buckles under pressure, then you dive in, and he's that kind of player. He's biding his time, he's waiting for the opportunity.
Katie and I we were talking about that in Pakistan as well, that sometimes these gritty knocks are ones that you value most because you've had to work so hard, as all the players are doing out there. And Kane Williamson is, like, some days it flows, and Ravi, you know this better than any one of us, but some days when it's hard, that's when your powers and the antennas go up.
There again, he's now picking his spots nicely. What it does, the next time you go through an innings like this, when you've had two failures, you spend time in the middle, you have to work hard, you're concentrating hard. Next time you come out to bat, suddenly things are a lot easier. First three balls might disappear for a couple of boundaries and you feel, whoa, well, it's another day.
Didn't work for me, Ravi. I never found it that way.
I wonder if Kane Williamson's been watching the games in Lahore thinking, oh man, I can bat on that row, but look, I'm going to have to grit and get through these ones.
Ball now just getting that a bit older, where you see some more consistent turn. $114 for 3.
Just close the doors, and you're in a world of your own. Travel is not just about the destination, it's also about how you get there. Fly Emirates, fly better.
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ गुले तो जी ललचाए। विमल, बोलो जुबा केसरी।
Question about it, and that will be exactly what's on his mind now. Job half done. Let me get 100 here. 53 from 79, and he'll say, I got to be there. Past that 100-run mark, that will take New Zealand much closer to the target. This always is a contest. They've been going at each other for years. You mentioned under-19 cricket against each other. Virat Kohli, Kane Williamson, Jadeja.
You talk about those under-19s and you see so many. Rohit Sharma back in 2006 against Sarfraz of Pakistan. That under-19 pathway has become such a vital thing in the modern game as compared to maybe regional cricket within territories being the pathway for older generations. Under-19, male and female, is the gold.
It is, and some big names have come through. In recent times, Shubman Gill, Giso Rabada, Yashasvi Jaiswal, Rishabh Pant, all come from the under-19 school.
I heard an interesting interview. I think it was Shubman Gill, and he was in the under-19s, won it in Christchurch from memory, and India was so stoked about winning that, and the coach said, right, everyone back into the change room, and on the board was Virat Kohli, Rohit Sharma, 11 great Indian names, and he said the difference between what you've done now and what you can be, that is a difference. These are the names. Inside out, beautiful shot. Probably will get, oh, beautiful. Look at that. How well has he pierced the time in there again, giving himself room on that leg side.
This is the best shot to play. Best shot. You know, this is the tease. You hit inside out, it's a quality shot, and then you see two fielders on the boundary chasing after the ball, and the ball beats them just at the edge of the rope. Come, chase. And catch me if you can. And this is the tease, proper tease. This is good batting now. You can see he's giving himself that extra room to pierce the offside, either over the top or down the ground.
Yeah, the coach said you haven't made it until your name looks like this. While you think this is success in the under-19s, you wait till you get into that Indian side. That's when you say, yep, I've made it.
$29 gone, 122 for 3.
tires we race are the tires you buy.
One which you would come to expect from Williamson.
I'm going to ask you, Bish, because you've done so many under-19 tournaments. What's one player that you saw then that you said, yeah, they're going to be absolute great for their country?
Can I say? Shubman Gill will be on top of his list. Top of his list. I was listening to the commentary and my word, Bish was he was fluency personified even on the mic that time. He was in full flow.
Really trying hard to work backwards from Shubman, to be honest. Yeah, there's so many, but the other thing about that boundary from Kane Williamson, we talk about him taking a while to find his fluency, but he shows as well, what he's shown me throughout his career, is you don't have to muscle the ball. You look at this shot and the touch, and it still goes for 4. And that's the big side of the ground. So he hasn't tried to overhit the ball. It's just timing. And that's an example to young players who want to play in those under-19 World Cups, that you don't have to tug everything to mid-wicket. You can time the ball inside out. And you've played a few of those, Ravi, in your time.
And his shot selection, you know, he realizes the horizontal bat shots against Jadeja is not that easy. Don't try and hit it hard. Use the pace. Just lap it round the corner. So in the last half an hour or so, you can see he's come to terms with this pitch and the kind of shots that he can execute. He's always had that ability to play late and under his eyes. In seaming conditions, against the turning ball. It's the tightness he brings into the game.
He extends just a basic technique, doesn't he? There was always a discussion about him going into T20 cricket. He just expands. He doesn't, he's added a couple of the reverse and the lap, but it's just an extension of a basic technique.
"30 overs have been bowled now. It's 125 for 3.
सर आपका केवाईसी अपडेट करना है, नहीं तो अकाउंट और एटीएम कार्ड ब्लॉक हो जाएगा।
सावधान सावधान। 2.5 करोड़ का इनाम मुझे। देखिए, अनजाने कॉल्स, फर्जी ईमेल्स, लिंक्स और जाली ऐप से अपना पिन, ओटीपी, पासवर्ड कभी भी किसी के साथ शेयर न करें। आप रहेंगे सावधान तो नहीं होगा नुकसान। आरबीआई कहता है, जानकार बनिए, सतर्क रहिए।
We break it down to the 3 10-over blocks, and it's pretty even, and that's exactly right where we're at the moment. 125 from 20 balls. Pretty hard to pick from up here. Yeah. That's a good run. I only get the feeling New Zealand 57%. But their noses in front, and whilst these two are there, I would agree with that. And you've got 2 cool, experienced heads working through things, looking at the scoreboard and saying, right, we're not really falling behind. We're not knocking them over quickly either, but we're still here. Phillips to come. He'll be interesting with this ball spinning.
Looking to do something different now. Williamson moving towards the leg side, trying to create room for the boundaries. He's not a big 6 hitter.
It's just a case, Sonny, really, isn't it, of a really good player trying to find a way.
Yes, and he's aware of the fact that it doesn't always have to be boundaries and sixes. If they can keep 123 to 117, if they can keep the scoreboard ticking at 6 runs and over with singles, they will be able to get there. The required rate is a little over 6 somewhere down the line in an over you'll get a boundary, you'll probably get a couple. So make sure that now in the remaining overs there aren't too many dot balls. Well, that should be the aim. We haven't as yet seen Latham come out with sweep shots. He's one of the finest players of sweep shots against Indian spin bowlers that I've seen. Matthew Hayden was another one. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant against the spinners. The big fella would, sweep.
$128 for 3.
We move cricket so that cricket moves you. DP World, global logistics partner of the ICC. Smart logistics beyond boundaries.
It's a pretty city by night, Dubai. There's nothing boring about it, I can tell you, driving around some of these motorways, heading back from Abu Dhabi, from Sharjah. You hit Dubai and fascinating sights. Right, Shami back. We've had so much spin, I forgot about Shami. 3 overs, none for 11. Might suit New Zealand a bit more with a bit more pace on, we'll see.
I think this is a sign too, Smithy and Sonny, of just the partnership developing. 36 of 37, and it's been around the ease of Tom Latham. And I've long said it, Sonny, and I know you've loved watching Tom Latham, but he is New Zealand's best player of spin because he reads the length so well, picks the spinners because he's a keeper, sweeps both sides of the wicket, and the whole partnership is just a little easier, as in runs of flow just a little more than they did when Daryl Mitchell and Kane Williamson were at the crease. It just looked a bit on edge then.
Crunches that behind point. Pretty well set field at the moment. Axar Patel down there. So right, Sharma's covering most of his bases, but interesting to see that the kind of invention Williamson has against Mohammad Shami now.
What will happen with Shami is that they will have a few more run scoring options, not necessarily boundaries. There were a lot of dot balls when the spinners were bowling. They can use the pace to open the face of their bat, to run the ball down to third man. Or even any deflection off the pads or off the thigh pad can go for runs. More scoring opportunities now, definitely.
Trying for the ramp, Williamson. The ball before, he was frustrated because he was looking for a wide call. He didn't get it. The Shami's gone back to the slower ball bouncer again.
It's a little bit late, the decision to go for the ramp. And that's not the shot that you see him play.
And a great example of Tom Latham's scoring areas against spin. You might have seen the graphic pop up on the screen beforehand. When he does sweep, he gets right out in front as well. He sweeps from a long way out in front of his body, smothers the ball. That's what you talk about. Matthew Hayden talked a lot about getting a long way out in front of your eyes, hitting down on the ball. Look at the amount of runs he scores in that area, and because he scores from way out in front of his body.
And from outside the off stump as well. So if you're stuck on the pads, no LBW.
Can he find the gap, Williamson? No, he can't. Shubman Gill does a pretty good job down there at deep backward square, and it's 132 for 3. a hang here, these two, because I want that blue worm to fall far behind the green one. And one thing that will do that is wickets, because I don't think this is the kind of pitch this late at night you can come out and find that kind of timing that you might need to get over 6 and over.
Yeah, 7 to 8 and over for the last 5 or 6 you can kind of accept. If it gets to that point with 12, 13 to go, it becomes very difficult. I think you're right, Smithy, on this type of pitch. The quality of the bowling as well.
Gone, LBW. Williamson and Latham will have a chat about this. The old reverse sweep gone wrong, maybe. Given out, nothing in his favour, and Tom Latham doesn't even think it's worth persevering with.
Well, this is called the commentator's curse, I guess. We're talking about how good a sweeper of the ball he is. This is out. And every time it's a reverse sweep, it invariably has to be a predetermined, premeditated shot. If the length is not right, if the line is not right, you get into trouble, like Latham has got into trouble with 14 in a score of 133 for 4.
जब हिंदुस्तान मिले हिंदुस्तान से
जेके टायर, देश का टायर।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ गुले तो जी लग जाए। विमल बोलो जुबान कैसे।
So Latham goes and Phillips comes to the crease, and something will happen, you can guarantee that. What Phillips is prone to do is to run very, very hard to the players in the outfield in particular. So Williamson might have to dig deep into his energy reserves here to keep up. Phillips genuinely has a wee bit of a battle getting going against spin early on, because he tends to play very deep and late. And that might just suit the likes of Jadeja and co. So, and Phillips, who's had a standout day again in the field, has to produce a very fine knock here. Slip in. That's where he'll play him from, very late.
Well, it's a skillful piece of bowling again from Jadeja. Just targets those stumps, a little bit of turn back in. It's a complete miss from Latham, and he doesn't do that very often. They've highlighted how good he is on that sweep and on that reverse sweep. He got it wrong on that occasion, and Jadeja was all over it. Picked up the wicket. So he picked up the wicket, but he also should have picked up a warning. This is where umpire Illingworth, although it's a wicket, needs to be a lot better. Have a look at this. Sorry, but you cannot be doing that. Should have come with a warning.
He's never going to warn him, mate. He's in the left-arm spinners club. Watch Phillips scamper here. Wicket in the over, and 5 runs as well, 137 for 4.
And I really wanna talk.
Young captain in Gujarat Titans Shubman Gill, Hardik Pandya, captain of the Mumbai Indians, Rajasthan Royal captain Sanju Samson.
Jen Bold, ready to take over.
Call him, he can strike the ball a long way. And then Santner Jamison, I feel, might be better at number 9 than Henry. He's a fair player, Kyle Jamison. 37 for 4, and that means 113 off 102. It's a lot about Kane Williamson and when, isn't it, to be fair. Right, Varun back into the attack. He was tidy. 5 overs, 1 for 16. Wide. There's no margin for error down that leg side these days. Incidentally, for Tom Latham, that's his last 3 dismissals against India have all been LBW.
Yeah, pitching outside the leg stump already. Not a big turnover of the ball.
Watching the body language of Kane Williamson, I just wonder whether he's struggling a wee bit with the legs, perhaps. Had quite a while now. At the end of 30 overs. Just feel as if he's just getting a little bit frustrated within himself, and his mobility's a bit of that. Whether he's just cramping up a wee bit. Drive.
I've had the thick end of a week off. It's not overly hot today, but it looks a little bit like it, Smithy. I'm with you on the aesthetics of it. It doesn't look great, and he's sort of hunched over his bat at the far end at the moment, working on a couple of things, but a pretty pleasant day. Not oppressive heat by any stretch of the imagination.
No, it's not quite the Joe Root type situation that we saw the other night when he completely and utterly fatigued. Probably cost England the game, actually, against Afghanistan. If Root had been there, I think they would have won it. But getting tight, so someone's nudged them to wake up and watch. Slept for the first 20 overs.
And he came here to watch Kohli bat. A bit disappointed with Glenn Phillips, and he thinks, oh, what's going on now?
Turning out to be another good over. This from Varun Chakravarti's 6th over. He's conceded 19 so far. Economy under 3.5. He's taken a wicket as well.
Beautifully bowled. Won that over, there's no doubt about it. It's 140 for 4.
Unleash freshness. Wildstone Code Body Perfumes.
New Zealand need boundaries. Just a couple of them. Just to put the pressure back on, because at the moment, India are just tightening the noose. 110 from 96 now, and Williamson will be more aware of that than most. Again, they're playing a foolish delivery off the back foot. It's the way he likes to get in, Phillips.
It's a trajectory that often makes a lot of batters unused to playing spin, play off the back foot. You see a flatter trajectory, even if the ball's fuller length. The tendency is just to go on to the back foot.
Winviz now in favour of India. That wicket and 2 or 3 tight overs has India in front.
The asking rate creeping up to 7.
He's been offering Jadeja his stumps, Williamson, and that's freed him up to hit through the offside on occasion. Just a hint of that again. Yes, Williamson will be very worried that he can't get out, because when he went out to bat it was 5 and over. And whilst he's been there, it's crept out to 7 and over, and he knows the situation is that he cannot get out now. He knows how hard it is to come out and score quickly from the outset, so he will feel the responsibility of having to go through now. I think there might have been a touch on that. Sounded as if it had hit something. Richard Illingworth says, indeed it did. No, yes it did. Drinks here, outside edge. Click, and a drop catch from KL Rahul. Well then, how important might that be? 144 for 4. Time for everyone to reassess the situation. It's Drinks here in Dubai.
Young captain in Gujarat Titans, Shubman Gill. Hardik Pandya, captain of the Mumbai Indians. Rajasthan Royal captain, Sanju Samson.
Jen Bold, ready to take over.
The Lionesses are roaring in the Tata WPL. Start watching their every action for free only on Jio Hotstar, 14th February to 15th March.
क्रिकेट स्क्रीनिंग का प्लान बनना फास्ट, सेम प्लान कैंसिल होना उससे भी फास्ट, उसी क्रिकेट मैच के स्कोर अपडेट्स ESPN क्रिक इन्फो पे मिलना सुपर फास्ट स्कोर के साथ और भी बहुत कुछ मिलेगा।
ESPNcricinfo.com पर जाएं।
Such a great player, Virat Kohli. Hitman Rohit Sharma.
Dhoni, the legend grows.
Jen Gold Heroics, only here.
This broadcast is co-presented by Dream 11, co-powered by Campa, in association with Asian Paints. Mutual funds sahi hai. Sprite Gatak, Thand Rakh, and Zoopy Ludo.
The Lionesses are roaring in the Tata WPL. Start watching their every action for free only on Jio Hotstar, 14th February to 15th March.
This broadcast is co-presented by SBI, the banker to every Indian, and Kazaria, India's #1 tile company, in association with Apar, Desh Qatar, and Mutual Funds Sahi Hai.
Overs to go, 144 for 4. New Zealand need 106 from 90 deliveries. Williamson has to be a big factor in that. He has been already.
Yeah, and opportunities as well. He's given a couple, but haven't been able to take them. 69 off 103. will know that New Zealand are to get there, to get close, and needs to bat a lot deeper yet. Wickets for Hardik, for Varun Chakravarti, Kuldeep and Jadeja. And bottom line is what it's all about. Possibility of qualifying one in this group.
Any time after a break, it is harder for the batters to get that same rhythm immediately. You've often seen a wicket fall immediately after a drinks break.
Could have been worse from New Zealand's point of view. Had KL Rahul hold on to that one. Ravati at a square leg held on to that one, or that one for that matter for KL Rahul. It's what New Zealand want. They want Phillips to clear the boundary just to break the shackles. He's got a quick eye, Glenn Phillips. If he gets in the mood, they'll run these down.
That's a fabulous shot. He was short. Look how quickly he's moved on to the back foot and timed it so well.
That's close. That's really, really close. Yeah, Michael Goff said, I'll have a bit of that, and Phillips isn't even going to hang round either. He knows he's done for.
Brilliant response from Varun Chakravarti. It just kept drifting. Got underneath the eyes of Phillips. You'll see on the replay his head's way outside the line of where it needs to be. And just keeps drifting in. Misses it cold. Would have crashed into middle stump. And Chakravarti knew it. Michael Goff knew it. 6 and out for Phillips. He's on his way for 12. It is 151 for 5.
Thank you. क्या करेंगे आप इस धनराशि का? ग्रो करूंगा। सही जवाब। SIP हो या stocks, इन्वेस्ट करना हो तो ग्रो करो। डाउनलोड ग्रो।
Investment in securities market are subject to market risks. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
Wow! GeoBP International Quality Petrol for everyone at no extra cost.
Yo! Tough situation, just got tougher for New Zealand, and Michael Bracewell makes his way to the crease. The Beast. 151 for 5. Williamson is 6 to bring the run rate to a run chase down under 100 runs, but he's out now, and a new player has to come out and score at a pretty quick rate of knots. It's just a tick under 7 still. From New Zealand's point of view, it's right-hand, left-hand combination, but India have played this really well. And whoever plays them on this surface going forward going to have to bat very well.
And a good change, bringing Varun Chakravarti in place of Harshit Rana. Playing across the line, looking to play the ball onto the mid-wicket square leg area, missing it. And he was dead, gone.
Cut that one off as well. Things going India's way, 152 for 5.
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ गुलें तो जी लग जाए। विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसे?
The Lionesses are roaring in the Tata WPL. Start watching their every action for free only on Jio Hotstar. 14th February to 15th March.
97 more from 83 deliveries. First time New Zealand's 4, 5 and 6 have all been out or dismissed LBW in the same ODI. It tells you a little bit as well about how direct Chakravarti and Jadeja in particular and Kuldeep have bowled. Direct there again, Ravi Shastri and Katie Martin.
Yes, it's becoming harder and harder now for New Zealand with the Indian spinners beginning to dominate. We knew there would be grip on the surface as there's no dew whatsoever right through this tournament.
Terrific, more power in that one than one we saw maybe about 45 minutes ago from Kane Williamson. He's battled and he's fighting.
Yes, again, excellent shot selection. Yes, gets himself into a good position. And once he does that, it's a risk-free shot, really. Just an extension of the arms. Well, all hopes rest on his shoulders.
It's really open up that extra cover area. A lot more shots, very much hitting into extra cover and fine leg with the one over the top and then the lap as well.
Nice touch again. Big side of the ground and to the left of Shubman Gill. They get a couple. 7 off the over. 159 for 5.
Attention everyone, beware of fraudsters.
Meera ji, allow me. Attention please. Safety from frauds. Bank cards, safe.
Or just open ICICI bank account. Simple.
Huh?
Allow me. iMobile has Smart Lock. With it, your cards, internet banking, UPI, all digital banking transactions with just a click can be locked and unlocked. Use Smart Locks, stay safe from fraudsters.
Wow, Meera ji. You just put the fraudsters out of business.
iMobile on.
Banking full on.
With Santner available to come. That first finger goes up. He'll talk about reviewing it. Chakravarti at the moment has struck again.
Yeah, it's proving a terrific selection, this. He doesn't review. Another batsman bites the dust, leg before wicket. So this line has been the stumps from India. And Chakravarti, well, he's been all over New Zealand. It's pad, then the bat. The only question was, where did it hit him? Michael Goff went up straight away. New Zealand now in more than a spot of bother. Michael Bracewell goes for 2. Once again, it's Varun Chakravarti. He's picked up 3. 159 for 6.
The tires we race are the tires you buy. MRF.
विमल में गुलिस्तान की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ गुले तो जी ललचाए। विमल, बोलो जुबा केसरी।
With Santner, we'll be hoping that he can stitch together a partnership with Kane Williamson and he can play. We've got Jamieson to come, Matt Henry, not necessarily in that order. I think Jamieson would come before Matt Henry. Just the control of length, as we've talked about, with him combined with that line.
He's been exceptional. Yeah, the only question mark is, did it maybe hit him outside? He had that extra little bit of lunge with the front pad.
Touch and go, isn't it, when you see that replay? The umpire's call on the line. Definitely pad first, but it's where it struck him. Umpire's call. Missing. Whoa.
Oh, Kane said, can I save for the last review for me? It just wasn't it feel like it looked like it was out? Just that extra lunge, maybe he didn't realise that he really did lunge outside. That to be sliding on, so challenging for an umpire to work at. How much is it spun? Because it's been different in terms of the spin that there has been tonight.
My goodness, Chakravarti has bowled well. He has been brilliant with his control.
And what he's done, Bish, is put his hand up now for a spot in the semi-final in the playing 11, because the pitches will be the same. He's been outstanding tonight. Well, more headaches for the think tank and the selectors, because he definitely has put up his hand for a place in the team.
Hasn't it been an incredible rise? He was late in terms of his ODI debut. He was a wicket-keeper until he was 17, so I guess it shows the intelligence in terms of his bowling. 7 different types of variation, and was an architect, and then gave up that role to play cricket. Takes a lot of resilience when you debut a lot later, come from a different background than most players as well.
Yeah, he's thinking like an architect, very creative. You mentioned 7 variations. If he plays the semi-final and the final and India go on to do really well, he might have 10 by the end of this tournament variations. 161 for 6.
He's not the only one. He's moving better in the field as well. I think it's obvious. He's still not brilliant compared to some of the others. By no means calling the outcome of the game, but one of the things we talked about this morning was wickets in the middle overs 11 to 40 for India. Only 2 by the spinners prior to this game. Five wickets in the middle over so far today, with still 2 more to go until over number 40. Akshar Patel.
Well, you can see the line from all the Indian spinners today. They've just targeted the stumps. That's why those leg befores. One was missing but was given out leg before. But he's not far away from the stumps. I just feel that it's the right balance for the surface, no matter which opponent you play in the semi-finals, because India could well go with the same playing 11. Still have all bases covered with the way Hardik is bowling. You got to see who's the bloke who will give you wickets in those middle overs. And when you look around here, it's the spinners, and Varun Chakravarti becomes crucial, because I don't think South Africa has played too much of him. And when he played them in South Africa, he was very successful. I don't think Australia has seen much of him. He's a good man to pick, as he was today. Give full marks to the think tank for thinking right and picking the right man.
Been quite different. New Zealand pace bowlers picked up wickets. Indian spin bowlers under light picked up wickets as well.
Gautam Gambhir, you saw that. I think he has a lot of confidence in Chakravarti. You've seen a lot of him. He was with KKR, so He's put his neck on the line saying, I want him. And he's done a great job. 162 for 6.
Such a great player, Virat Kohli. Hitman Rohit Sharma. Dhoni, the legend grows.
Gen Gold Heroics, only here.
There will be wear and tear very quickly on the surface, even for the semi-finals.
Five wickets to spin, 1 to pace, and when New Zealand bowled earlier today, they were 7 and 2, 7 to pace. Matt Henry with a brilliant 5 for 42 and 2 to spin. Kuldeep is back. Terrific shot. Big side of the ground, some work for Shubman Gill sweeping.
Well, Mitch Satner, he did actually used to bat number 7. He had the bowling all round of the likes of Jameson or Nathan Smith that was at number 8 position. So now he's down at number 8. It's extended their batting lineup a bit. Simon Dill touched on it earlier on, that New Zealand bat right down to number 10 with Kyle Jameson there. Will O'Rourke as well he can hold an end up. Maybe if you've got Kane Williamson out there, that's all that you need to do, and hopefully this majority of the spin overs are done. So it's the importance of how deep can you take it. What do you want off the last 10? What do you want off the last 5? Who are those types of bowlers that may get an option? You got Ekshar that's got 1 over, Chakravarti got 2 overs, Jadeja a couple as well, so there'll only be, what, 1 or 2 overs of seam bowling they're able to target. Might be using the big deep pockets of the ground, New Zealand, try and turn those 1s into 2s. Hasn't been the easiest for this wicket to be able to score boundaries off the spinners.
Or target someone. Got to see where that big over is going to come, because New Zealand needs some momentum back. India not flustered at this stage. If an 8-run over goes or 9 runs over goes, they're not really worried. It's a big 15, 18-run over that can make the difference. Can't see it coming easily though. 10 to go, 165 for 6.
He's got the power.
He plays hard. How do I do it all? The Breza gives me the power.
Control of length is much improved, as well as pace. Five wickets in the middle overs so far for India, the most they've had in any game in this tournament. Asking rate now 8.5.
It's almost as if Kane Williamson looked up over extra cover and said, hang on, why is the ball not gone there? Great change of pace from Patel.
See Matt Henry there, top of the list, 5-wicket haul for him. Williamson will get If it's Santner taking a chance against the left-armers. If it's Santner taking a chance against the left-armers.
It's a shot he's played a lot more. He's initially changed his stance, Kane Williamson, but he's just maybe given himself a bit of extra room. Plays that shot so well through the offside, but it's just one at the moment, just not. It's a shot he's played a lot more. He's initially changed his stance, Kane Williamson, but he's just maybe given himself a bit of extra room. Plays that shot so well through the offside, but it's just one at the moment, just not getting the elevation to get it over the top. Patel's just taking the pace off a little here to say to Mitch Santner, okay, you've got square leg up, so there's a sweep, a hard sweep option. But it's just the angle across probably was on in terms of that delivery there.
With his last ball, he gets that wicket. The last ball, the very last of his 10-over spell. And look who he's gotten.
Yes, this could be the final nail in the coffin for New Zealand. Kane Williamson, all hopes rested on him, beaten in the flight. Just got the feeling Akshar Patel anticipated him coming. It was beautifully bowled. He tossed it up and pulled it back. It was nice deception there to beat the batsman in the flight, a set player. And Kane Williamson, he has to depart for 81. And it's India now ruling the roost, 169 for 7.
It's finally here.
Very good, sir. ये लोग तो सही है बोल के निकल जाते हैं। क्या हुआ? मैंने म्यूचुअल फंड में पैसे डाले, लेकिन जब से इन्वेस्ट किया ना, मेरे इन्वेस्टमेंट की वैल्यू काफी डाउन है।
अरे भाई,
सर
पोर्टफोलियो मेरा भी डाउन हुआ है। मार्केट्स का तो नेचर है ऊपर नीचे होना। जब मार्केट ऊपर जाएगा तो पोर्टफोलियो का वैल्यू भी ऊपर आएगा। हमारा काम है म्यूचुअल फंड्स में इन्वेस्टेड रहना।
बात तो सही है।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
It is Matt Henry ahead of Carl Jamieson. Henry was brilliant with the ball today, absolutely outstanding. A couple of wickets in the power play and then coming back strong towards the back end.
So Patel just indicate to Rohit Sharma at point just before that delivery, gave the, I'm going to bowl it up and over. Sometimes as a batter you think they're just making the play there. They had a lot of success with that shot. Just a bit loose, maybe looking to hit over mid-on. Yeah, well-deserved wicket. Fantastic wicket. Nice easy stumping for Rahul as well.
You mentioned about Kuldeep Bishan, how he's improved with his bowling. I think the big difference, you mentioned length. I think with length comes the trajectory at which he bowls, the pace at which he bowls, and the trajectory which is a lot flatter. That's a good hit. It's high and it's long. So a few more needed from the captain. It's a good strike. Yes. Good use of the feet on this occasion. And a good strike. I think with Kuldeep, because of that pace at which he's bowling, not many batsmen can slog sweep him that easily now. And it's not that easy to pick a ball that's 35, 36 over roll. When you see it, it's a scrambled seam coming out of his hand. And he's got the control, which is very good, and the variations. What a good googly, what a good leg spinner.
Good bit of running. He looks like he's more energy through the crease as well.
Definitely. If you see that, this front shoulder, front arm going more in the direction of the ball once he releases it, rather than falling away. So there's more body. The pivot's better. And hence more nip off the surface. Otherwise, he wouldn't have got that trajectory and the pace at which he's bowling.
Slip in play. .176 for 7.
Wow, my life football match. Come on, that was not a penalty.
He played a little bit of golf. One day he had extra large, the length in the clubs. Next day, not so much. Quite different stances, just trying to reach the ball with his golf clubs.
He hit a long ball, that's for sure.
Just saying, Bish, that shot of Mitch Sattner kind of reminded me of you on the golf course.
How so?
Good long extensions when you actually have the right size golf clubs.
At least he hit his.
Would have looked like a toothpick in his hand.
A change of ends for Varun Chakravarti. 3 for 29 from his 8 overs so far.
He's had success, Ravi, in the IPL, and you talked about his relationship with Gambia, the coach, both coach of KKR last year and now the Indian coach. Does it give a player an advantage where you do have that existing relationship with the coach because they back your performances?
Oh, no question about that. No question. And you can see the body language. He's confident. There's a burning desire to play for India. He was delighted he was picked for this Champions Trophy. He was picked for the one-day game, and he's not looked back. That's what you want in a country like India, 1.4 billion people. Not many players get opportunities to play for the country, but when you get it, grab that opportunity with both hands, and he certainly has.
Have a look at this. This is Patel just before that dismissal. Yeah, I'm going to loop it up a little bit. Captain says, okay, I'll run back. I'll stand a bit deeper at point. There you go. Slowest ball he bowled today.
Sattner trying to take it on. High score of 67 in ODI, strikes across his career in the 90s, so 72 from 45. It still isn't over yet.
Just looks like a strength of Mitch Sattner is to sweep slog into that mid-wicket area. We know how much he's actually had the ball coming back in. This is his wickets today, 3 of them. Look at the angle It goes once and then it goes again with the line. I wonder if he's lining that up here for Mitch Santner as well. Just that ball going away. Try and get him hit into that mid-wicket.
Some good piece on that.
Yes, he's deceptive. Even when you see him warming up, if you're 112, that last one, compared to the 89, the first one. Even when you watch him in the warm-ups, he's quick.
That's 6 of them to end the over for Mitch Santner. The second of his innings, 184 for 7.
Young captain in Gujarat Titans Shubman Gill, Hardik Pandya, captain of the Mumbai Indians, Rajasthan Royal captain Sanju Samson.
Jen Bold, ready to take over.
This broadcast is co-presented by Dream 11, co-powered by Campa, in association with Asian Paints. Mutual funds sahi hai. Sprite Gatak, Thand Rakh and Zoopy Ludo.
66 required from 42. 3 wickets left for New Zealand. Mentioned Santner and Henry can hit a long ball. So there's still life left in the contest yet. Five overs of spin remaining available for India.
If you met Henry here, you're saying, I'm going to get to the other end against these spinners. Let Mitch Santner do the work. This was a 6. How massive was that? The biggest one today, I think, from memory. Suits Mitch Santner. He's the batter. Matt Henry's a striker. He strikes so well in terms of Test cricket. Then we've got Cole Jamieson, who's usually New Zealand's bowling all-rounder in Test cricket, batting at that number 8 position. So there's a couple of batters still there, but you want Mitch Santner to face the spin.
Top shot. That's the big side of the ground. Santner is trying to take this on his shoulders and take New Zealand to the line. Long way to go still.
That's a really good shot again. Good side, stride forward. He's drilled it through the covers. This. So 6 and now boundary.
I'm looking at the bowlers to come. This Kuldeep has one more, Chakravarti one more, 2 more for Jadeja. So 2 overs of pace New Zealand going to have to face, which will obviously suit them in terms of the amount of spin. I just wonder if Rohit Sharma is saying, can we just use all the spin, try and pick up the wicket so it doesn't matter about those 2 overs of the pace bowlers?
I think for now he'll think wickets. He knows if he breaks this partnership, gets Santner out, it could well be the game for India. So he'll take that gamble. Because the required rate is still well over 9. Got the extra fielder now outside the circle.
Made that field change. They got 3 point behind point and third. Strength of Mitch Santner, which we saw. That boundary is definitely hitting through that extra cover area. Very traditional in terms of where left-handers play. So a bonus there to be able to get a dot ball in terms of on the offside. There's a lot of space in front of the wicket for Mitch Santner on the offside and the leg side.
Good work from Jadeja. Very good work.
Santner wasn't sure whether to come back. It was the 5th ball of the over. And Jadeja suddenly realized that there's an opportunity.
Gets the single. Mitch Santner to retain the strike. 193 for 7.
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ गुलें तो जी लग जाए। विमल बोलो जुबान कैसे?
The Lionesses are roaring in the Tata WPL. Start watching their every action for free only on Jio Hotstar. 14th February to 15th March.
Right, 6 overs left. Be interesting to see how Rohit Sharma plays this. He's finished with Akshar Patel. He's going to finish with Varun Chakravarti now. That'll leave him 5 overs. 1 Kuldeep, 2 Jadeja, 2 pace. Is that how he's going to go? Is he going to look at maybe something extra from Shami or Hardik? They want 2 here. They should get those. Needed a direct hit.
The only question is whether Jadeja will bowl his last 2 overs, because that would depend on whether Santner is around or not. He's able to tee off pretty well, so he'll wait on it. Matt Henry giving up on that one. And also India's 11 for the semi-final will pretty much depend on how India bowl after this. If they want to go with 4 spinners, then they need to deliver in the death overs.
Oh, knocks him over. Varun Chakravarti picks up a wicket. Santner goes back with a perplexed look on his face. Almost as if to say, what happened there? And I just wonder if the New Zealand captain is walking away and taking the game with him.
Highly skilled, Varun Chakravarti. This one, the quicker one, the seam up. Mitchell Santner missing it completely. Going under his bat. We saw him bowl one quicker one at 112, this one at 113. Varun Chakravarti has been an absolute star. Coming in this game, replacing Harshit, has shown the cricketing world why he is so highly rated. Mitchell Santner goes for 28. New Zealand 195 for 8.
Finally, World Cup winners के साथ selfie.
1 मिनट तो सिर्फ कपिल सर के साथ लो ना।
हम कब जीते? 1983, 2024?
हाँ?
आप भूल कैसे गए?
भूलना पड़ेगा अगर फिर से चैंपियन बनना है तो। सेल्फी
ड्रीम 11 चैंपियंस का गेम। इस खेल में आदत लगना या आर्थिक जोखिम संभव है, जिम्मेदारी से खेलें।
Kyle Jamieson batting at the unlikely position of number 10, along with Matt Henry. Don't want to go as deep as Willow Rowe. Can he swing his bat around a little bit? When Santner was there, hope might have flickered, even if briefly. But New Zealand have been literally strangled by spin on this surface.
Player of the match performance, really, this. Called in, the one change, and he has picked up crucial wickets at crucial stages. He's done a terrific job, Varun.
Right, straight up. Should be taken. With Virat Kohli, it always is. Varun Chakravarti picks up a fifer. What a great return to the national side. Came into T20s. They backed him as a late inclusion in the side for this Champions Trophy, and he's responded with 5.
Just a few years ago, in the same ground, he played against Pakistan, didn't go well, and that was the end for him in international cricket for some time. He comes back to the same ground, his Fortress Demons, and picks up his first 5 for an ODI cricket. Virat Kohli, as always, safe hands. Varun Chakravarti has been a star today, picking up his 5th wicket. Matt Henry goes for 2. New Zealand, 196 for 9.
And he's not done yet. He's got a couple of deliveries. Of all the variations, the one I love the most is the ball that goes through at 112 kilometers an hour. And he seems to do it without giving too much away in the release.
I reckon if he bowls it now, he's a big chance. Big chance. If it's straight.
Almost went through O'Rourke.
Varun Chakravarti, a great story of persistence and resilience rather. Being a star, done well in Vijay Hazare Trophy, twice on the bounce. Today picking up his first fifer in international cricket in ODIs.
And he will finish 5 for 42. Well bowled, Varun Chakravarti. Just adds so much to this side. 198 for 9 now, New Zealand.
Such a great player, Virat Kohli. Hitman Rohit Sharma. Dhoni, the legend grows.
Gen Gold Heroics, only here.
Saw fifer from Matt Henry, now one from Varun Chakravarti. Kuldeep to bowl out. He's got hold of that beautifully. 200 comes up, 204 for 9. Still playing their shots. I genuinely believe he's a better player than number 10.
He is a fair player, old Jamison. He's got a very good technique. Even there, he cleared that giant stride. He cleared it to the onside to give himself plenty of arm room and just met it beautifully.
Looking at best figures on Champions Trophy debut, Josh Hazlewood back in 2017 with 6 for 52. Varun Chakravarti 5 for 42. Gee, that well. Beautiful flow of the bat. And that's it. Willow just playing down the wrong line. Kuldeep Yadav far too clever for him. And I'm afraid that is it for New Zealand. India will go top of the table and play Australia in the semi-final here on the 4th. It was a win that was conceived and executed by the spinners.
So far, in a couple of games, just 11 wickets taken by the spinners. But today, 9 out of the 10 taken by the 3 spinners, or the 4 spinners that India bowled. Varun Chakravarti, the star of the show, picked up Will Young early, picked up 3 in his second spell. It was brilliant, but it was Kuldeep Yadav who finished things off. The wrong one, not picked by Will O'Rourke. And India have another convincing victory against New Zealand. They'll be set to face Australia in a couple of days' time.
So India win by 44 runs. You wondered at one point whether India's total of 249 would be enough. But with no dew, the track just kept helping the spin bowlers, and India had up to 40 overs of spin. And who knows if this is the template India will follow in the semi-final too. It would be very tempting. For the moment, we'll savor being in the semi-final.
What makes you so attractive?
Envy.
Young captain in Gujarat Titans Shubman Gill. Hardik Pandya, captain of the Mumbai Indians. Rajasthan Royal captain Sanju Samson.
Gen Bold, ready to take over.
Unleash freshness. Wildstone Code Body Perfumes.
What's behind our name?
We're an integrated energy and chemicals company that's helping to power economies and to positively impact people's lives. Aramco, powered by How.
Said they used more than that. That was back in 1998 and 2011. I won't be surprised if they go all 40 in the semi-final, because both of you would have seen the service. DK was there this morning, and he seemed to suggest that the entire square is very similar, so we might have similar conditions. Then, of course, New Zealand now made the journey. It's made it to Lahore to play against a very impressive South African side.
Yes, not just the team, so do the commentators. Back to Lahore on a very good surface. A very good surface for batting with some very big scores. Harsher. Four sides have played on that and scored 300 apiece. Hope it's dried out since the deluge from the other day, but that's the confirmation.
The two good matches coming up. India playing Australia and South Africa playing New Zealand the following day. Easily the four best teams in this comp, without a doubt. Right from the outset, New Zealand batters finding it hard to deal with the spinners. Williamson getting the lone 50, but right to the end he wasn't getting the rhythm that he wanted. Everybody else chipped in with scores. It was Varun Chakravarti who made things really hard, and Akshar Patel as well. Didn't pick up wickets, but kept it very tidy.
That's an indicator of how difficult this batting surface was, that someone who was set and someone of the extraordinary class of Kane Williamson struggled to convert that 80 into a match-winning score, struggled to take control. That just suggested to me batting was difficult. No big partnerships. Look, initially they didn't allow wickets to fall in clumps, but they didn't get that big partnership.
And this side bowl well as a combination. They bowl